I am here. Just 1 second. Let me close the door. Hello, world. Welcome, everybody. I'm turning up the volume. Don't worry. Hello, Reincarnator, Norman Gray, Arith Winterfell, Lilladyeva, Marx, and Reincarnator again. Welcome, welcome. And thank you for the cheer, Norman. That is much appreciated. Bella is also here. The cat has arrived. She was being very cute, laying on the floor over there a second ago. But now she got up, and she may be a little nuisance, a little adorable nuisance, yet to be determined. Oh darn! Oh, thank you, Reincarnator. I can try and meow. I can try and change that, but it sometimes doesn't like me. Okay, writing group 202. Yeah. Synthesis of flesh and metal. The one time, usually, oh, hold on a second. That work? Yeah, I think that worked. Oh. Kitty! Oh, adorable, Hellenic. Love that. Got a little tortoise shell. Adorbs. Okay, good. Good. So usually Mako Cam, he has an alarm where he tells me to change the title, and I almost always remember. I almost always don't need the reminder, and this is the one time that he did not send me the reminder, and it's also the one time I didn't do it. So like both of us forgot on the same day, and that is a terrible thing. Hello, Kansas. Welcome. Kitty says welcome too. Okie dokie. If you are new to the stream, here is how it works. Every week we have a prompt that is submitted by supporters and voted on by everyone. And then at, why did I lose my train? Then we all write 3 to 50 word microfiction for said prompt, and there's an ad. I guess we can, let me check if Bo's at the door. I'll check for Kitty. There it is. He's at the door. Come in, Bo. Come in, Bo, baby. And there's the cat cam. There's the cat ad cam. I was gonna try and get the Pride and Prejudice camera and point it at the chair, but I forgot and clearly did not have the time. Hello, Death's Head. I don't know if you can hear me, but welcome to you and your raid. Could you imagine that? That's like it's like the opposite of an actual raid. Welcome, you and your raid is not how actual raids would go. Hello, Arith. I don't know if I already said hello. I think I already said hello. But yes, welcome, Death's Head. If you did not hear my welcome. Yeah, so, where was I? So, I was in the middle of explaining how this works. So, we all write 350-word microfiction for that prompt and post it to the Discord. Then at the end of the week, 8 stories are selected to be read here on the stream. 4 are guaranteed submissions. They will be read no matter what, and they are from supporters. And then 4 are encores, and they can be unlocked through cheering. So when you cheer, we have a calculating wolf, Mako-Kim, and Death's Head who will be able to tell us when we have unlocked a story. Once upon a time, we used to have a bar that would calculate it, but the bar was slowly consumed by the void, and I don't know how to program a new bar, so it is currently manual, kept by the keepers of the bar. And so they will tell us when we have unlocked a story. There are 4 stories that can be unlocked. It is greatly appreciated when you do that. The people who are getting their stories read really appreciate that opportunity, and I greatly appreciate your support. So the guaranteed submissions are from our supporters, our subscribers. So if you go on Discord and you subscribe to the $3 tier, then that allows you to post prompts in the prompt suggestion channel. So if that is what you want to do, that is the tier for you. Then if you would like your story to be in the guaranteed submissions, that would be the $5 tier on Discord or on Twitch. And then if you would like that, plus the ability to have the first prompt that you submit automatically get added to the final vote, that is the transformed one tier. You also get access to potential tags for your universe. So if you have an ongoing universe and you want a tag for that, just contact me on that week, and I will do that. Oh, thank you, Death's Head. That is appreciated. I actually had, let's see, is that the end of my speech? Is that the end of what I talked about with all of that? I think it is. But I actually had a couple ideas for some new perks for the transformed one tier, and I wanted to run them by you. So FYI, this is not like a guarantee that for sure I'm going to be doing this, but I want to hear what those of you who are here think of these ideas as I spitball them off of you. So first idea is, lately, we've had a few prompts where I opened it up to allow you to post up to 5 stories, allow supporters to post up to 5 stories. Most weeks, supporters are allowed to post 2 stories, and so for these special prompts or 2-week prompts, I allowed people to post 5. And after all that, I was thinking I actually could make that, or a version of that, a permanent transformed one perk. So I could have it be that either transformed ones are allowed to post 3 stories instead of 2, or that all the time transformed ones are allowed to post 5 stories if they want. So is that something that you would be interested in? Is that something you don't really feel is that useful? Is not something you would use or, be interested in joining that tier for? What do you think of that perk? And then the other perk idea that I had is, so it has always been that you can only post 5-word prompts. You cannot go over 5 words. And as far as I know, and please, anyone who's been here longer than me, correct me if I am mistaken, but as far as I know, that's not anything like technical with Twitch or YouTube. It is just like Benji was like, I need to rein in the chaos. And so you can only do 5 words. I don't want, prompts that are paragraphs, which I totally agree with and still want to stick to. But sometimes I do notice myself that I will want 1 more word or 2 more words, and the prompts just won't be able to be conveyed properly in 5. And I actually, for the tragedy bringing out the best in us, that is 7 words. So that is not 5. I allowed it for this special prompt. And when I did that, it got me thinking, and I was like, that could potentially be an interesting perk for the transformed ones, that transformed ones can post 7-word prompts, so that instead of being limited to 5, you're limited to 7. So I'm curious what you guys think of that potential perk. Do you think that would be chaos? Would 2 words, add too much chaos for us? Or do you think that would be a really nice perk? But yeah, I'm just, I really want to add more good perks for the transformed ones if I can, because they deserve more. They deserve love. So I see Dustin says there are 6 or 7 word prompts that I've toyed with, unable to winnow them down any further. Yeah, exactly. Rare have been the weeks when I've gotten 2 pieces written. Fair. I would love that perk if I was managing to actually write. Marx says the idea of 3 stories would be pretty cool, actually. Thank you so much for the subscription, Kansas. Greatly appreciate that. So do we decide that is that part of the bar, or is it just gift subs that add to the bar? Nice. Reincarnator, what on this day we shall read. The things that we read are things we read. Also know the things we read. Poetic things. I think subscribing is part of the bar. Alrighty, Rue, so go ahead and add that in. Mark says, I think 7 words would be fine. So it sounds like I have gotten some positive feedback on those ideas. Do you like the idea of 3 or 5? So I see Mark saying 3 would be great. I don't think anybody said anything specific. Anybody else said anything specific about the numbers? I can also ask this at the end of the stream. So somebody remind me at the end of the stream to ask in case there are other people there to get their feedback on. The audio is weird. Oh! I think I know why. Let me see if I can fix it. Diddle-a-doo, is that better? Let's see. What do you think is more fair? I mean, I think that, what do you think is more fair of that, Death Sun? Instructions unclear, cat covering microphone. Audio is quiet now. How about now? Still quiet or better? Because on the computer, it's pretty much all the way up. And it should be uncounted for on both ends. So the 600 you think is more fair? It's better now? Better as in slightly better, or better as in you're good and you don't need to mess with it anymore? Kitties. I guess I'll keep talking about the prompt while you're discovering that. Somewhat louder. It's fine now to me. Volume seems fine, says Norman. All right.
Um, yeah, I can go higher. Is that okay? Mark says, and you're good. All right. 3 people said I'm good. That's enough for me. Okie dokie. So, our prompt for this week was synthesis of flesh and metal. And you guys did not disappoint. I'm really excited to go over the stories today. I'm also scared because it might mean that I go longer. So, make sure that I put on my timer on all the stories to try to not go overboard. But yes, these are some great stories. Lots of stuff to discuss with them. I'm really excited. 3, 2, 1. What? Oh, you're putting on your own timer. Hello, Bo. So cute. I don't know if you could see him if I turned it. No, not really.
But he's looking at me. So cute.
Okie dokie. So our list, our prompt list, or not prompt list, our author list for the day is Marx, Lilladyeva, Hellenic Taoist, and Arith Winterfell for the guaranteeds, and I realized I misspelled it and missaid it. It is Little Lady Eva. And for our encores, we have Kansas Wanderlust, The Real Decoy, Palmathemus, and Spectre. I too have a cat with me. Awesome. You feel free to post pictures in the stream chat. But I should unbold these guys. But yeah, without further ado, if you have, I have copied down your questions, Marks, but if you have any new questions, don't hesitate to ask those. So, to begin, born of such pain, inconsolable blame, love and hex, by Marx. Xander stared at the computer screen, barely blinking as his fingers click-clacked over the rune-covered keyboard. His body screamed at him for sleep, but he ignored its pleas. Sleep didn't matter. Only the mission mattered. His magic flowed through the keys as he typed line after line of spell code. It needed to be perfect. Only perfection would succeed. Compared to this, Magic VR was easy. So much of your mind fills in the gaps. But with this, it needed to be real. People know what skin feels like. If it's the wrong texture or temperature, it'll give everything away. And the mission couldn't fail. Behind Xander stood a still figure, the focus of his attention. Each line of spell code, written and edited, sparked a responding magical glow, either inside its circuits and artificial blood, or on its synthetic flesh. Xander paused. He touched and pulled at the skin of his arm, and did the same with the figure. He let out a frustrated groan. It still wasn't right. He went back to his keyboard. You need rest. Xander's caged anger flared, tearing from its confines. I don't have time to rest, Vanessa! He paused, his eyes glistening as he remembered it couldn't be Vanessa. You haven't slept for days, said Xander's creation, grabbing his hand. Xander hissed at her touch. It wasn't right. I know I'm incomplete, she said, the gaze of her beautiful green eyes piercing into his. I will continue to code myself as you rest. You can't code yourself, spat Xander, momentarily losing his balance in exhaustion. I didn't program you to do that. Her eyes narrowed into a glare. I am programmed to complete the mission. You are currently hindering it. You need at least 8 hours of sleep. In your current state, probably more. Your magic is within me. I can edit my own spell code. Sleep. Xander shattered, tears falling freely down his face. I can't. You must. She must be avenged. That is the mission. Throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for the story if you loved it. Yaw, my cat is currently sleeping on my pile of clean laundry, says Kansas. Nice. Currently making clean laundry now, Harry. AI making AI, indeed. Pretty spooky at the thought. All right. So, as for people who know this story, I'm just gonna go straight to reading the notes because, yes, I needed this note myself. So, author Marx, toast, medium, questions. Wait, she's not dead, okay? I didn't kill her, put it down. Not to say I wasn't strongly tempted. In the story this is based on, Babylon, which is a music album by 10, the love interest does get killed, and that's very important to the story. You can't have revenge without a reason for revenge. But I also always felt like it was a fridging situation. So instead I introduced that whole illegal memory altering thing. Didn't have nearly the words to get into all that, though. Of course, if this is your first step into Love and Hex universe, don't worry about it. Question 1. Xander only has a few spoken lines. One of which he's angry, one of which he's breaking down, and it's only 2 words. But for the actual sentence where he wasn't given an anger boost, I wanted to get across how exhausted he really was. Did the broken sentence structure work? 2. I didn't give the creation a gender when Xander was still working on it. But I did want it clear that she was female once she started talking. Was that good, or should I have just assigned her female pronouns from the beginning? As usual with any Love and Hex story where it's important, I'm curious if the whole techno-magic thing worked okay. Were there any confusing parts? So feel free to answer any and all of those questions. Oh, thank you, Hellenic. That is a great way to introduce that. Let's do that much. Okay. So, yes, feel free to answer any of those questions in the chat. I think I will come back to them. But yes, Hellenic says, that was very poignant, and I very much agree. I thought that this is fantastic, and I was definitely, like, I was doing, where is it? I was doing this when I read the story, because I was like, she's dead? So I totally needed that note. I was like, oh, okay. But this story, if you don't know much about it, is most of the stories that we've read in this universe, or at least that I've read, have just been very cute. They have been about Xander and Vanessa's relationship, and it's just been really adorable. And so then, you know, to get to something serious is like a blessing and a curse, because I'm like, I don't want her to die. I don't know what happened. But it also is like, oh, like, we're going somewhere with this. Like, I'm starting to see the plot unfold now, which is very neat. Also, my first question is, did I not read this story? Because I do not remember you introducing... I don't remember you introducing an illegal memory altering thing, and so is that a story I missed? I knew people familiar with the story would be like, what the hell, bro? Not cool. Yeah, I totally thought that the story was like leading up to just them continuing their relationship, them dating, like getting married, that kind of thing. Was not thinking it was leading up to this kind of thing. And so I am glad that she seems to not actually be dead, but nervous for what has indeed happened. And I definitely think, I will say that just for, you know, the potential overall novel, I do really like that idea, because, you know, I do see that quite a lot of that trope of just killing off the love interest for the motivation of the main character. And so I think I don't know exactly what memory altering means in this case, but it sounds like his memories have been altered, and so he thinks that she's dead, but she's not. And so I think that creates some very interesting story opportunities overall, and both for positive and negative, because, you know, like this, we have the dark part where he's desperate to get her back, but it opens up the end for him to realize she's actually alive, and that gives you some intrigue, some fun, some mystery, that you wouldn't have if she was actually dead. So I think that's a great idea for a novel, really creative, makes me really curious to keep reading, for sure. There were 2 with jokes about how memories could be altered, but it was illegal to do so. I see. So you're trying to, like, sprinkle it in the jokey jokes, but actually it's like, this is gonna be an important plot point, guys. And at least for me, I didn't even notice. Yes, let us just begin going through it. I really like the onomatopoeia of click-clacked over the rune-covered keyboard. The whole sentence, very clicky-clacky. I really like that. I think rune-covered keyboard is a really great way to introduce the techno magic. It's like, hit keyboard, techno, runes, magic. And so I think, and of course, people in the chat can answer better than I can because I'm familiar with the universe, but I think that's a great way to introduce, hey, techno magic. Here's what's going on. A magic thing combined with a techno thing.
Meow. Aw, so tiny.
Did you even hear that tiny little squeak? So I think that is great. Same thing for magic. His magic flowed through the keys as you type line after line of spell code, and even simply the word spell code is like, hey, spells and code combined. That's what we're working with. So I think that is a great, really simple, really fast way to introduce that element of your story. So because I'm familiar with this story, when I started reading it, I was like, thinking it was going to be more comedic, right? And thinking like, I don't need sleep. Sleep is for the weak, not like, I can't sleep because I think Vanessa's dead and I presumably have, either nightmares or just can't get to sleep thinking about it. And so I don't want to sleep, and I am the mad scientist, staying awake, creating monsters in his lab. And so I thought that was fun. that at first I kind of thought the sleep thing was going to be comedic. And then the second time I read it, I'm like, oh no, this is a very different thing than I initially thought. And I personally found that fun. I like the through line of the mission. I think that it can be difficult to... It can both be a good thing to do, but also sometimes a difficult thing to create a through line in these 350-word stories. And so I like how you kept bringing it back to the mission. I think that was great. And could be something, to consider for our stories, these 350 stories, word stories in general. What sort of through line could you include that is like this? Definitely something to consider overall. And then, I like the obsession here, the perfectionism that shows, things aren't so healthy. This ain't so good. But at the same time, you're going to see in the next line that he's kind of right. And so, I guess I'll just talk about that. Like, I really like your example of skin, because that is true. Like, if you touched a robot and the skin didn't feel like human skin, you'd be like, that's a robot. So I think that is a great example and really shows why it does need to be perfect, that only perfection would succeed, because if there's something a little bit wrong, you're gonna know that's not a human. So I think that is a really interesting and great idea to bring up. So this is one of those times where so I pretty much always read your stories to my dad because I am biased. I know your universe, I know your stories, and so I want to make sure I get another perspective. And so this is one case where I recognized that you were talking about another story with the VR and stuff like that. But he did get confused at this part and thought that he was working on AI, or not AI, VR. Because you don't introduce the robot first. That we're talking about clicky clacks and the mission, and it needs to be perfect and no sleep. And then compared to this, Magic VR was easy. And so I can totally see how that compared to this could kind of get skipped over, because this is the first concrete thing we're being introduced to, is the VR. And so I can see how it would seem like, oh, he's working on that. And if you're not somebody who is familiar with the universe, then you don't remember that story, and you don't, what was I going to say? I lost my train of thought. Hold on. Yeah. I totally lost it. but yeah, so point is that, you know, it's a nice little detail and understandable for those who do know the universe, but for those who don't, I do feel like it's not quite necessary to mention and could be confusing. I also do like the idea of so much of your mind fills in the gaps that, like, there's sort of maybe this, well, there's definitely this mental element to VR and potentially this imagination element as well, that it's like, oh, you know, it doesn't have to be perfect because the person playing the game is going to be like, yes, this is real. Let me just fill in the facts there. Like, even though it seems like there's a glitch in this dragon, that clearly can't be the case. That sort of thing. But in this case, it's like, no, if you touch the skin and it feels wrong, it's going to be wrong. So I like that a lot. So I think this line was one of the lines I had the biggest critique for, and it's not, well, I'll just go into it. So, yeah, I talk to people, as I often do. When I read this, I was thinking of something like Alphonse from Full Metal Alchemist, that's like this big metal thing, you know, not necessarily a suit of armor, but this big metal robot. And then another person I talked to said that they imagine this as either a hologram or a wireframe. And so it's just like this image of a figure. My dad thought it was an actual person, that a person walked into the room. And so maybe you intended, and we're going to talk about the pronouns thing, which this is related to. But so maybe you wanted that kind of like confusion and stuff. But because everyone I've talked to has had a different image for that, it makes me think that this doesn't quite work. And I do think part of it is the fact that it's Vinesander stood a still figure, period. The focus of his attention, period. Well, the important part is it's the focus of his attention. And so I think saying something like, behind Xander stood the focus of his attention, I think that would help a lot. And so instead of imagining like a new person coming into the room, just being like, okay, I don't know what this is yet, but I know it's what he's focusing on. There is a little oddness to behind him stood his attention, stood his focus, you know, but I do think that would work a little bit better to say, you know, not describe the figure that we could get different images of, and just go to, hey, this is what he's focusing on, we're gonna figure out what that is in a sec. That kind of thing. I like the image of it, of like a little glow and stuff in the circuits and blood and flesh. I think that's cool. I really like this image a lot. I think that's great. I can totally imagine that. And then, you know, continue on that the skin's still not right. I think that's a great progression. Absolutely love this image. I think that is a beautiful thing. It can be difficult to describe emotion because there's so many like cliche ways to describe how someone feels, and so I think this is so creative, and I really love that idea of like, because you can feel that the whole time his anger is like caged inside him. He's like, I'm working on it, it's gonna be okay, it's fine. And then when she talks, then finally it breaks out and he says something. And I like that a lot. And like, this is definitely, when you know the universe, super big bombshell, and then this completes the bombshell. So I really like that. I think it worked really well. This is a little nitpicky, but I do think that saying he remembered this wasn't Vanessa would work better. Because in one sense, like, yeah, it can't be Vanessa because Vanessa's dead, or at least he thinks she is. But at the same time, as far as I can tell from the story, he's trying to make a copy of Vanessa. And so it's like, what do you mean this couldn't be Vanessa? That is exactly what you're trying to do here, is create a copy of her. And so I think just saying, objectively, this isn't Vanessa. And so it can kind of be like, I don't know, like Geppetto saying to Pinocchio, you're not my son, kind of thing. Like, yeah, like, he is but he isn't, kind of thing, right? As opposed to, this can't be. And it's weird because it is a very similar sentiment, right? Where it's like, I want this to be Vanessa, but it can't be, you know? It isn't Vanessa, even though I want it to be. But for some reason, this wasn't Vanessa, works a lot better for me than it couldn't be Vanessa. I guess it could be because it's like, well, if you already know it can't be Vanessa, what are you doing? Kind of thing. Why are you trying to create a copy of her? As opposed to, I know objectively this isn't Vanessa, but I'm going to still keep working on her. You know, I'm still interested in having my Vanessa copy, even though it isn't her. That kind of thing, if that makes sense. But nonetheless, I really like the progression of this. I think it's very, very powerful, especially if you know the universe. I really like the progression of this as well. Like, and again, like, I guess this is another example of a through line throughout the story that you could have, like, gone to other things as well. Then instead of just focusing on the skin, you could have talked about her voice doesn't sound right, or her hair doesn't look right, or something like that. And those would have worked as well, but I think the fact that you focused on the skin and you kept focusing on it, that you start with, hey, if the skin feels wrong, then the whole thing falls apart. And then you have the image of him, you know, pulling at it and stuff. And then she touches him. It doesn't feel right. Where'd it go? And then she touches him, and he's like, stop it. I have to fix you. It's not right. I don't want you to touch me yet. Kind of thing. And especially because she's reaching out to touch him and trying to help him, that takes that image to another level of, you know, it's not just like, hey, I'm working on my craft and my craft doesn't seem right. It's like she's trying to actively help and reach out to him, and he is rejecting it because it doesn't feel right. This isn't just a craft anymore. He's trying to make her Vanessa, and it doesn't feel like Vanessa. And so I really like the, you know, kind of emotional drop that has. Let's see. The conversation is interesting. It does leave me like, how did I phrase? Oh yeah. So him saying, I didn't program you to do that, it seems like a perfectly legitimate closed door. It seems like, yeah, if you didn't program your robot to program, it probably shouldn't be able to program. And if it is, it's a little concerning. So I do feel like that conversation does leave some questions where I'm like, what do you mean you can code yourself? And is this something I should be concerned about? Kind of thing. And so I wouldn't say it's confusing or necessarily like a detriment to the story, but it is something that when I got to it kind of made me squint a bit. I'll talk about this line in a bit. I do like the green eyes piercing. Kind of seems like maybe she does have these like otherworldly robotic eyes, but they're also like his loved one's eyes. I think that's cool. Let's see. I might come back to this. I really like the I can't. I don't know if I've interpreted this right, but like I said at the beginning, it seems like he's saying, like, he's finally breaking down and going, I can't sleep. Like, when I try to sleep, either I can't do it, like I have insomnia, I can't get to sleep because I'm thinking about this, or it's when I do fall asleep, I have nightmares. And so, and I maybe I'm taking it too far, and maybe he literally is just saying, no, I don't want to, and trying to be stronger and use a stronger phrasing of that. But I really like the idea of that having its own drop, that it goes from not just, I want to avenge her, I'm focused on the mission, I can't sleep, you know, it's like, when I try to sleep, you know, there are demons, you know. Kitty's at the door.
Oh no. Oh no. Do I need to move this? I think I do. Let me move it. Let me move it, baby. Ah. can sit there. Now you can sit there.
So yeah, I really like that drop. So as I said, I do like this through line of the mission, but there is something that feels a little bit odd about like revealing it at the end, and I'm trying to figure out what that is. And so I have some hypotheses. One is that it seems odd for, like, his creation seems to... What are you doing, babe? Okay. His creation seems like more, I don't know, self-aware and smart than he does, in a sense, that like she, and a little too much so, that she seems to know the mission better than he does. And some of that works, and we'll come back to that in a second, but so that could maybe be part of it, that especially after the, you can't code yourself thing where I'm a little squinty at it, her also being the one to say the name of the mission might feel a little odd. I think another part of it is that there is some beauty in the mystery of it, and wondering what is that mission, and you can guess that is what the mission is, but I think that mystery is actually a bit more powerful than learning what it is, at least for this particular story. Of course, you'd need to know in the actual book, but Kitty, you just got in here. But for this particular story, I think I would have been more impacted if it just ended on either you must, or you must, or just you must complete the mission, perhaps, or just something a little more vague. I think that actually might have been more powerful. The other thing about it is that I misinterpreted something. And I kind of like my misinterpretation. Because when I read this line, I read it as, I'm programmed to complete the mission, you are currently hindering it. And so I read that, and I was like, oh, does that mean that taking care of Xander is her mission? Like, especially if she's a copy of Vanessa, then like perhaps in overall, like the mission is, I am Vanessa. I am Vanessa 2.0. I'm your new girlfriend. And so because of that, I am meant to take care of you. And so you are currently hindering my mission by not taking care of yourself. To me, I actually find that more powerful than just, the mission is to avenge her and you're not doing your job right. And so you're hindering the mission. I feel like I'm supposed to take care of you, and you are hindering my ability to take care of you is a more powerful thing. And so I do think that maybe part of it was me being a little disappointed that wasn't the case. But of course, that's on me and my interpretation. But, something to share and to consider. So going up to the actual questions that you had. So as for the broken sentence structure. So even with... even though it does say losing his balance and exhaustion, I read it wrong. And I was just unsure. Overall, I was unsure what it was supposed to convey. But when I first read it aloud, I read it... Let's see if I can do it. I read it more as, I will continue to code myself as you rest. You can't code yourself! Spat Xander, momentarily losing his balance and exhaustion. I didn't program you to do that. So kind of more emotional, potentially breaking down, or maybe confused, something like, I didn't program you to do that. Like, that kind of thing. And so I didn't really read it as like, I didn't program you to do that, kind of thing. And so I do think that a different action before, I think it's partially because I separated the two things. That I just read it as momentarily losing his balance and exhaustion, period. new thought. I didn't program you to do that. I wasn't thinking the two were connected. And so I think saying something like, spat Xander, his eyes lidding, his words slurring. I didn't program you to do that. I think that would get it across better. Also, I don't really know what balance it's referring to because I thought he was in a chair. So let me actually check that. Yeah, so I'm assuming, because he's at the computer, from right here, I'm assuming he's sitting down. And then, nothing changes. So she's standing behind him, and then I'm assuming, again, behind his chair. And then I kind of imagine him, it's like a rolly chair, right? And he like scoots back and touches the skin and then scoots back to the keyboard kind of thing. Because it doesn't say like he gets up, it just says he touched it. And so I assume he touches it from wherever he was. And I assumed he was in a chair. Yep. So there is nothing that states that he is standing. And because he's at a keyboard, I assumed that he was at a chair. And so losing his balance, I think, also didn't work for me in that sense, because I'm like, what balance does he have to lose? He's on a chair. And granted, you could fall out of a chair, but usually when I hear losing balance, I assume that means you're standing up, not, you're falling out of your chair.
Kitty boo. Kitty.
Going back. So as for the pronouns, that one is hard to answer because, as I said, like, the answer is kind of maybe, but only because I imagined it wrong. That myself and two other people I talked to all imagined it differently. And so that does add some confusion to the story. That does mean it did end up getting clear, but it wasn't clear at first, even with the skin stuff coming before it. And so, like I said, because a still figure seems disconnected. I think if you changed it to what I said, then I would have even less of a problem. But the thing is that it's interesting. Like, I'm very torn on this because it added to the gut punch of this to refer to it as it and not her. And then here, it feels like another layer of the gut punch to go, oh, this isn't just an it, this is a her. So I do like that. And it is possible that if you had referred to it as she the whole time, then maybe I would have had different confusions. Maybe I wouldn't have realized it was a robot, So that one's really hard to answer because it did have some confusion, but it also had some really good gut punch to it. And so, I don't know. And the other thing about it, though, is that the question of, this is in third limited in Xander's perspective. How would Xander think of his creation is the question. So if he knows, there's the timer. If he knows that he's trying to create a female creation, then he probably would think of it as her the whole time. Now, granted, it could be that he does think of it as it, and then when she, touches him or when she's talking, it changes. Something changes inside of his mind. That could be true, but that is something to consider regarding this question of how does he think of her? Because that can determine what the story should say, because it's in third limited. And then I think I answered the third one, and the timer went off. So let's see what folks have been saying. Reincarnator had to go, but glad to have you here. Okay. So let's see. Mark says, actually, it's the other way around. She's fine and happy with him, but she doesn't remember him anymore. Oh, she's moved on. So the version of her that was dating him is dead. Okay, that's interesting. So he does know that she's alive, but but she doesn't like him anymore. So avenging her would mean now I'm more curious what avenging her can mean now that I know it's not her death. So would that mean, avenging the people who took, taking revenge on the people who took her memories, and like he's not trying to get her memories back, he's just trying to go after those who did, as I said, is avenging her, creating a copy of her that does like him and remember him. Or does something about that entail trying to get her memories back? And if he's trying to get her memories back, why would he be creating this Vanessa copy? Very curious. Kansas says, I agree about the keyboard and spell code. Understood right away. Great to know. Thank you so much for the cheer, Lilladyeva. Mark says, very fair about the VR thing. Definitely one of those things I had more of originally, but got cut down in editing. Very fair. Hellenic says, I kind of thought it was a straight-up hallucination. It reminded me of the scene in Dune where Liet Kynes is hallucinating his father's voice lecturing him. Interesting. Yeah, that could be there too. I totally took it at face value, but he could be hallucinating that she's talking because he hasn't slept. Very possible. Mark says, I did want a vagueness in the beginning, but if it was confusing, that's fair. There. Okay. Mark says she's not actually a copy of Vanessa. She's basically the ideal female for the person who brainwashed her. In no way had words to explain that other than the mission. Okay, now I'm confused, because what do you mean brainwashed? Because brainwashed implies she's human and she got brainwashed, not that she's a robot in the process of being created. I'm very confused. Mars says, her taking care of him being the mission is adorable. I'm glad you liked the idea. I was initially going to slur his words, but that fell off as well. I want to see that now. Yeah. Let's delete that. Okay. Not M's. Didn't... let's see. Yeah, there's not any S's, so it makes it hard. Why am I struggling? Yeah, that is actually hard to, oops. What did I just do? That is actually hard to figure out how he would slur it without S's. There we go. He was falling out of his chair. Gotcha. Let's see. So knowing that, then maybe nearly falling out of his chair could help. Yeah, actually, Spat Xander, nearly falling out of his chair. I don't know if that would quite connect for me, like I said, because I put the period there. But I do think that would have helped. I think that would have been a clearer image. He swiveled to face her, so the desk wasn't there to support him. Gotcha. That would be too hard to explain, I think, in 350 words, but it would be fun to explain, like, him leaning on the desk for support. Like, if he doesn't lean on the desk, he is gonna fall over. And so then when we get here, he doesn't have the desk and he does fall over. Yep, that's why I gave up the slurring. Yeah, very fair. Late, says Magistrate Ironlung. Well, it's great to have you here. It is always so weird, like you're pink on the stream chat here on my screen, and then you're blue on the stream's version of it. Yes. Confusion is fair though, as in Vanessa was brainwashed. Oh, so like somebody else wanted to be with Vanessa, and so they brainwashed her to make her the ideal woman for them. Oh, that is... I don't like that. That makes my insides squirm. So then what is this creature then? What is this robot, if not a copy of Vanessa, if not like the ideal female for Xander? What is her goal, or how does she factor into avenging her, if you're willing to share? Let me check if there's a cat at the door before I move on.
Hi. Whoa. Come here. Silly babe. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Yes.
All right. Well, this was a great story, Marx.
Yes.
Let us go on. And thank you so much for submitting. Maybe a weird request. I don't know if you'll be able to grant it, but I want to know how much I go over, because usually the timer ends before I look at the comments, and I do want to look at the comments, especially if the actual author responded. So if you guys could keep track of how many minutes I go past the timer, I would be grateful to know that info. It was meant to be the bad guys remove Vanessa's memories and threaten to do the same to Xander. Xander is basically building an assassin for bad guys. Gotcha. Okay, interesting. I am curious why he went for hot lady instead of big hulking robot, other than, when you can choose hot lady, why not? But that is a question. But anyways, I don't believe you had questions, little lady Eva, so if you do, don't hesitate to ask them in the chat. Timer starts now. A bad deal. Little lady Eva. Little Fox was good at running, but he could not outrun death. He escaped the house, a place where he remained prisoner for years, made to run through its labyrinthian halls in a never-ending cycle of death and rebirth. However, this time, he did escape. Well, most of him had, anyway. His right arm was now missing, torn off by his pursuers when he escaped. He staggered away, but lay dying, blood pouring out rapidly. He was bitterly resigned to his fate. "You need help," a voice said. Little Fox was barely conscious, but looked up and saw a man looking down. He was tall and handsome, with an unnaturally gleaming smile. "I can fix you up, give you a new arm, but there is, of course, a price." Little Fox nodded. He had nothing but himself, and if the man would save him from dying, he would pay anything. "A deal is struck. Now hold still. This will hurt." A primal scream, more intense than any that had ever existed, tore from Little Fox's throat as hot metal was pressed into his stump. All of his nerves sang with the fire of molten metal as the tall man worked, intermingling metal and flesh. Little Fox cried out incomprehensibly, begging him to stop, but the deal had been struck. Though it seemed like hours, mere moments had passed. A man stood up, now spattered in blood as he admired his handiwork. "There. Now, how does that feel?" Little Fox blinked as the pain vanished in an instant. He looked down to see the bleeding had stopped, and he was fitted with a new mechanical arm. He tried moving it. It lifted with ease. He wiggled the fingers, and they moved with a soft whir. The metal arm flexed as his natural arm had. He looked back up at the man who smiled down at him. "Thank you," Little Fox said. "Now, my pet, come with me and we shall talk about your price," the man said, his unnaturally gleaming smile unwavering, and Little Fox was filled with dread. Throw up those tails and tentacles. I didn't even say tailoids, I said tails. Throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for this story if you loved it. Lol, subtly. What is subtly now? Subtly is wanting to make a hot lady robot. Kansas says, "Oh, I love this story." Mark says, "Poor little fox." Indeed. Alrighty. Well, I really like the spooky vibes of this story. You gotta love a story about a deal gone awry. That is always a fun trope. I especially loved your use of the prompt here. I think this is a really fantastic description, and I think we'll come back to that in a bit. But I do really love the way that you described it, and the desperation and fear and everything like that. I do have some rather big critiques for this story, and pretty much all of them, at least most of them, are confined to a single paragraph, which is this first paragraph. Let's see. So the first critique is that I thought at first that this was an actual fox. I saw a little fox and I was like, is this a person's name or is this an actual fox? And so then when it says house, I was like, oh, okay, so just the house must be a human's house. Thank you for the cheers, Magistrate Ironlung and Marx. You have activated a hype train. But yeah, so I like when I reached house, I was like, oh, it makes sense for an actual fox to just think of a human's house as the house, capitalized. And I was like, okay, it's a place where he remained prisoner for years. Okay, he was someone's pet. That makes sense. Made you run through its labyrinthian halls. Yeah, a human's house probably would seem labyrinthian to a fox. A never-ending cycle of death and rebirth. Okay, don't really know what that means, but I'm sure it's a metaphor of some kind. And then I got to arm, and I was like, maybe this is a person. Is it? And I kept going, and I didn't know until it says hand. Let's see, where is it? Yeah. Wait, no, that was not hand. Yeah. So like, it says arm here and then fingers, and so I guess it must have been fingers, not hand. That I was like, okay, a fox isn't gonna have fingers to wiggle, so this isn't a actual fox. And the unfortunate thing is that the beginning worked better when I thought it was an actual fox. Well, before I go into that, I will say that yes, like, people can have names like this. It's totally not wrong to name your character something like this. But especially in a writing group where you only have 350 words, and there are stories, we have written stories about from animals' perspectives before, I think it is necessary to quickly clarify this isn't a real fox. And I feel confident in saying that because all the reviews I saw also, or not all of them, but a lot of the reviews I saw also thought that this was an actual fox. And I think there's a quite simple way to do it, which is just say something like, the boy named Little Fox, or the man named Little Fox. I don't know if that will feel too telly to you, but to me personally, it really works. That would not trip me up at all. If it just started with the boy named Little Fox, I'd be like, okay, this is a boy, he has this name, not an actual fox. And there would be no confusion, and like I said, for me personally, it would not stick out as being like, oh, you had to really telegraph that to the reader. Like, no, it would totally work. And it would actually have kind of a, fairy tale-esque feel to it, to me at least. There are other ways that you could do it as well. And I think I might go into those later, but yeah, so I think, especially because I'm not the only one who got confused, that it is necessary to say that. But going back to what I was just saying, unfortunately, it actually worked better for me when I thought that this was an actual fox, because like I said, I was like, oh yeah, a house, just any old human house would seem the house, capitalized. It would seem like, you were imprisoned and had to run through labyrinthian halls. Totally makes sense. Knowing these aren't metaphors and this is real now makes me have a lot of questions, and a lot of questions I don't need to be asking. And so I'm wondering, what is this house? How is he made prisoner? And especially, what do you mean a cycle of death and rebirth? And so the thing is that I often talk about in these stories that are part of a larger universe, which I'm assuming this is. It's possible it's not, but clearly there is more to the story that we don't, fully get answers to. So I often talk about with stories from a larger universe that you have to figure out how much context to include. And the two issues are too little context and too much context. And I actually think that this is a very good example of having too much context, because it is all contained in a single paragraph. I don't need to know about the house. I don't need to know about prisoner, labyrinthian halls, death and rebirth. I really don't need to know any of that. All I need to know... Oh, there's an ad. Okay, it was snoozed. Did somebody snooze that, or did Twitch snooze it? But all I need to know is that his right arm is gone. And so the fact that I do have all this information, we're going to talk about it in a bit, but it adds questions I shouldn't be asking and confusions I shouldn't have. And so if all of that context were to be removed, and if you were to start with just, you need help, I actually think the story would be stronger for it. Because I wouldn't... Well, I guess I'll say the biggest issue that came out of that, which is, if you just got out of a situation where you were presumably enslaved, granted, it doesn't really say that he's enslaved, it just says he's prisoner, but I assume somebody imprisoned him. If you just got out of this terrible situation, I don't think that you would accept something like this without a price. And the thing that makes it even more feel like you wouldn't accept it without a price is that if you are stuck in a cycle of death and rebirth, it feels to me like the logical conclusion is that death would be a relief. And so, it could make sense where it's like, perhaps after that cycle of death and rebirth, it's like, finally I have the chance to live and I don't want to die. It could be that sort of thing where it's like, oh, I thought I escaped and like now I'm actually gonna die. That's not okay. I'll do anything. Like, maybe that could work. But to me, it feels more logical that it's like, you know what? I would rather not die, but I'd rather be dead than brought back to life again. And like I said, especially because he was in this terrible situation where he was presumably enslaved and stuck in this, labyrinthian prison of life and death, it doesn't make sense to me that he wouldn't ask what the price is. That he would be like, I will do anything. I am alone. I will trust anyone because I'm alone. I don't care what the price is. I will accept it. I feel like if you just went through that scenario, you'd be like, I do not want to go through that again. I do not want to be enslaved again. Who are you, creepo? Tell me your price, because I am not going to be enslaved again. And so maybe I'm the only one who thought that, and feel free to say in the chat if you think that I'm the odd one out here. But as I said, if I didn't have all this information, I wouldn't have that thought. If I didn't have this information and it just started with, you need help, I would have been like, okay, like he's dying and he's gonna pay anything. All right. Makes sense. All I know is that this guy lost his arm and he'd like to live, and he's willing to pay the price, whatever that may be. That would really work. But knowing the situation he just got out of, it feels like it wouldn't make sense for him to not even ask what the price is and just go with it. No questions asked. And kind of a similar thing with like bitterly resigned to his fate. It doesn't really feel to me like that's the emotion he would be feeling. And maybe I'm misunderstanding how you're using bitterly resigned, but like I said, it feels like it would make more sense if he either welcomed it or fought it really hard. That it would either be, oh, after that cycle of death and rebirth, I am relieved that I finally am out, and even if that out is death. Or that it would be, I just got out. I want to live. I don't want to die. Like, I just got out of there. And so it would be like he's, clawing at the earth with his one hand and trying to move forward and that kind of thing. Like I said, after the situation I just read about, bitterly resigned feels odd to me. And once again, I don't know if I'm being too harsh in that, or if I'm alone in that, but like I said, all the info that I have leads me to draw different conclusions than the story wants me to draw. And so, like I said, none of that context is necessary to understand the story. All we need to know to understand the story is, hey, there's this guy, he has lost his arm, and he is offered this deal to get his arm back. It turns out that deal isn't so good for him. That is a great story, and that totally works. And without the extra context, as I said, I would totally be on board. I'd be like, okay, he's dying, he wants to live, he'll pay anything. But as I said, because I have too much context, then that makes me question if this character would do that. And there is an ad break.
So I will show off the kitty. Look at this fluffy belly. Fluffy Bella belly. Let's see, can I go down? Yeah, you're cute. Yes, you are.
Yeah, you see her pawing at me.
Yeah! So cute. Oh, yeah. No. So precious.
See if this wakes her up or if she goes back to sleep. Alright, there we go. I pressed exactly the wrong place, right at the camera. Let's see. And then, unfortunately, the other issue that I had with the beginning is that it starts with Little Fox was good at running, but he could not outrun death. Now that is a great opener. I love that as an opener, that it's like, hey, he can run from a lot of things, but he can't run from death. The issue with that comes when, with this line, that we go from saying he can't outrun death to saying he was just in a cycle of death and rebirth and he escaped. And so, first of all, he could outrun death because he was brought back to life. Like, death was not a permanent fixture in his life. And so, seems like something you can outrun. Even if that outrunning is somebody else's design and not his, the sentiment is he could not do it. And immediately saying, oh, he did die and he was brought back to life, it says it is possible. You can do it. Even if he's not able to in this particular situation, he was brought back to life. Death was not permanent. And then especially with the next part saying he did escape. You know, escape is saying, you know, outrun death. And so it's saying all this time he was stuck in the cycle of death and rebirth. He escaped this cycle of death and rebirth. So even if he didn't make it far, he did outrun at least one kind of death. He did outrun that cycle. And so I do love that first line, but unfortunately the next couple lines seem to completely contradict it and say he could outrun death, and he already did. He just can't today. He just can't right this second. And so I feel like, you know, once again, like you could say, you could, you know, just say something like, Little Fox was good at running, but he could not outrun death. And then immediately go to something about his right arm being missing. Like, you could even keep, like, this whole sentence of something like, so, Little Fox was good at running, but he could not outrun death. His right arm was now missing, torn off by his pursuers when he escaped. He staggered away, but lay dying, blood pouring out rapidly. He was bitterly resigned to his fate. I actually think that would work perfectly. You could maybe have like a different transition from just his right arm, but I actually think it works with quite simply saying, okay, his right arm is missing. And then like it wouldn't have that contradiction either. And I could be like, yeah, he can't outrun death. He's gonna die. What was I gonna say? And this is an interesting scenario because I think I've talked about before first lines, that first lines are quite important because they introduce you to the story, the world, the setting, the characters. It is your first step into the story. And so this is an interesting situation because the problem is not with the first line. The problem is that the later lines contradict it. And so I don't know exactly how that fits in, but I guess maybe that makes me a little bit harsher on it because it's like, well, I was introduced to the story as he can't outrun death, and then that was immediately contradiction. So I don't know. Nonetheless, I will say it is a really intriguing idea, and I am very curious, what is this house, and what was that cycle of death and rebirth? And so I would be curious to read other stories about that. As I said, I just don't think this story needs it, and unfortunately it actually adds quite a bit of issues to include it. If that makes sense. I like the introduction of the dude, just, you need help. And it's kind of cool because it's not compassionate. It's not like, oh my gosh, poor man, you poor little fox, bleeding out. It is, you need help. You want it? kind of thing. And so I like that. I think that's a great introduction of the character. It's also just a voice said. There's no indication of how it is said, and I think that works really well. That it's just a voice saying neutrally, you need help. So it's already from the first line, you actually get some clues that this might be a little shady. So I think that's cool. I like the description of him. I think this is a great way to use physical description well, that just saying like, oh, okay, he's tall and handsome with an unnaturally gleaming smile. So that's our first real good clue at something might be wrong. That smile ain't natural. And I think just sticking to very few words, just a couple of descriptions, but enough for us to be like, something's off about this man, I think is a great way to use physical descriptions. And then I like that he does say up front, like, hey, I can do this. There's going to be a price. I really like that sentence. And then I talked about my issues with him paying anything, but I do like the image for sure. And it is interesting how all he had to do was nod, and like that the deal was struck. That's kind of spooky. That like what if homeboy like was just groaning in pain and it accidentally looked like a nod, and it was like, all right, deal is struck. Wait, which also makes me curious if maybe there's something more, like some sort of mind reading also going on. But I do like that it adds to his spookiness that it went so fast that it was like, all right, just a nod, that's all I need. The deal is struck. I also really like this will hurt, and that this will hurt, because I think a lot of times, like these kinds of deals, they'll be like, this will hurt a bit, and they'll try to downplay it, or, or even saying it won't hurt. And I like that he's upfront about it, and he's like, all right, it's gonna hurt. I like that. I really like the transition here. This is one of my favorite things that you did with this story, is that going from this will hurt to a primal scream. That is a great way to do that transition. I like how jarring it is, because I feel like a lot of other writers might go for something like, starting with hot metal was pressed into his stump and a scream, emanated from his mouth, or something like that. And so at least that's probably how I would think of it. And so I actually think this works better, to go straight to the scream instead of to the metal. I'm trying to think how to describe why it works so well, but I just really like the immediacy of it and the jarringness of it, because I think that really conveys how much this hurts, that it goes from this will hurt immediately to this primal scream. I think is really, really well done. Like, it's almost like, I guess part of it is because you really feel like you're in his perspective, that it's almost like you don't even know what's happening. You don't even know that, that something's being pressed into his stump yet. You just know it hurts. You just know it's really bad. So I really liked how you did that. I will say it's a bit nitpicky, but I do have a critique of more intense than any that had ever existed. I know you're going for hyperbole, and hyperbole is a perfectly valid writing device to use. But I think in this case, at least for me personally, it doesn't really function quite right, because instead of me going, oh yeah, the scream, it's so bad, it's so intense, it makes, I get to that line and I squint and I go, and I start thinking about, well, I feel like there are other situations someone could be in which would make them scream worse, you know? And so instead of believing the line and being like, wow, the most primal scream, the most intense scream in existence, I'm kind of going, I'm starting to doubt you and going, I don't know if that would be the most intense scream that had ever existed. I feel like, you know, somebody, I don't know, who got Anakin Skywalkered and all their limbs were chopped off would scream harder than somebody getting metal pressed into their stump, right? And that is an interesting thing that, you know, I don't necessarily know if I would have thought about that with regards to something like hyperbole, but that is something to consider. Like, is this going to make my readers question or doubt instead of just, you know, taking it at face value? And so I do think that actually just quite simply going, a primal scream tore from Little Fox's throat, at least for me, I think that actually would have been more powerful, especially because of what I said about really liking that immediate transition. I really like I said before, I really like your description of this, that the nerves singing molten metal. I can totally imagine that. Intermingling metal and flesh. Super great use of the prompt. I really like that. I really like begging him to stop, but the deal had been struck. I think that is great too. And then I like this ending of battered in blood as he admired his handiwork again. It kind of shows like he's admiring his bloody work. Maybe a little concerning. I like that a lot. And then I like this kind of odd unnaturalness of the pain vanishing immediately. I think that works well as well. And then I like the image of him moving it. I can totally imagine that. I really like the whir. Like, I don't know if this is what you meant, but I can imagine, like, gears inside of it, like, turning, that he's moving it, and he can hear the gears whirring. I think that's a really cool image that I can totally imagine and hear. So I really like that. I think this is a great thing. And it's kind of interesting how there's nothing unnatural described about this smile, that this is the first like genuine nice thing that seems to be happening. It's like, yeah, you like it. And so it kind of makes the betrayal even stronger at the end. And then my pet is super what was I gonna say, like, I don't know, gut clenching, because his name is Little Fox. That I think that is one way in which the name works really well, because my pet would be insulting to anyone, but somebody who is named Little Fox, it's like, oh, there is something going on here. This is more symbolic. Like, this person is not allowed to be a person. They are not allowed to be a fox running free through the woods. They are a pet. They went from being one pet of one house to pet of another house. So I think that works really well. And I like the, we shall talk about your price. It's like, oh yeah, should have asked about that, huh? I do, as I said, I do enjoy the trope of a good, deal that you don't fully understand. And so I do enjoy that ending. And I like that the smile, that maybe seemed a little bit suspicious at first, becomes full on like, oh yeah, I should have noticed, because that smile isn't pleasant, kind of thing. I think that is a great thing to come back to. I like, that it ends on dread. I think that's very well done as well. So I do think that the story is really well done for the most part. It is just that beginning that I have issues with, but I think you had a great use of the prompt, and very much, I loved seeing all the different ways that people use the prompt, but I did particularly like how this story used the prompt very literally. Like, here is the synthesis. It is flesh and metal being put together. I like that a lot. Let's see what folks have been saying. Hellenic. I wonder if using a different verb than throw up those would help with the moths and monsters switch. Send out your moths and monsters. I could try it, but I think the thing is it's still just another thing to remember, another change to remember. So I can try it, but I'm guessing it would be the same situation. Somebody tell Palmathemus yes. Somebody tell Palmathemus that yes, he is in the encores. Throws tails at the screen. Throwing books at the screen. Nice. Mark says, weirdly, little fox just sounded like a code name to me, so I never thought of it as an actual fox. Fair enough. Mark says, maybe little fox was good at running, but the boy couldn't outrun death, or some version of that. Yeah, that could work as well, for sure. For sure. Thank you for the cheer, Death's Head. Mark says, also, was I the only one who initially thought a personification of death was chasing him initially? No, only me? Carry on then. I did not think that, but as I said, the beginning did confuse me a lot, and so I think that it's fair I didn't get that out of it, and I think that it's fair that you did think that of it. That would be cool if that is the case. Arith says, one thing I was thinking about was the price is accepted because Little Fox is near death. He may feel he doesn't have the time to ask for more details as he is bleeding out. Just a thought. I pretty much addressed this, but it goes back to the question of, it feels like death would be a release. And so I really need, I guess maybe I didn't quite say this, but I do really need more. Like, if you took out the cycle of death and rebirth, I don't know that I'd need more details. But if you wanted to keep it in, I think what you'd need to do is, give me more than just he would pay anything, because as I said, I'm doubting it. And so saying like, after that cycle of death and rebirth, he wanted, okay, timer just went off. After that cycle of death and rebirth, he would give anything to actually live, something like that. I think, maybe a better phrasing than that, but something like that I think would really help. And I guess like, there's kind of this element of like, especially because I, as the reader, I have seen the title, I have seen the unnatural smile, I know things are going to go right, and I've seen other stories of the like. And so, like me putting myself in the character's shoes, I'm like, why would you do that? Why would you just accept it? Even if you're dying, like, there are things worse than death. And I have just been told that he experienced something worse than death. I'm going to assume that a cycle of life and death where you're internally imprisoned is worse than death. At least that is the natural conclusion I come to. And so, if you're going to keep that in there, as the man would save him from dying, he had nothing but himself, and if the man would save him from dying, he would pay anything, is not enough for me to be like, okay, that makes sense. I'm like, this is terrible. Like, I wouldn't do that. I don't want you to do that. This doesn't seem like enough of a reason for you to do that. And so, I'm pretty much repeating myself, but like I said, without the context of you just went through something worse than death, then it would make sense that I don't want to die. That's enough. That's enough to make a raw deal. Of course, it would be helpful to get more info, but it would work for me. It's just the fact that I have already been told that he presumably experienced something worse than death that makes me need more of an explanation. And the story could work and could eliminate that problem if you did explain it in more detail. But like I said, there were actually other problems with the extra context too, so I would recommend the version of just taking out that sentence. I think it would help a lot. But if you wanted to keep it, there are ways to fix the problems that I had in different ways. Mark says, I was wondering that too, if he agreed because he was just so desperate not to die again. Yeah, so that's what I needed. Lennox says, a scream more intense than any that had ever existed feels distractingly hyperbolic for a story told in third person. Good point. Yeah, if it was in first person, that actually might have worked. That it was like, that the main character is thinking in their head, like, I don't think anyone has ever screamed more than I have, more intensely than I have. That would work, because we'd know that was a subjective thing. Or at least, I mean, I don't know for sure if it would work, but I think it might. In third person especially, that it's not a subjective statement. It is an objective statement made by a narrator. Even if that narrator is not a character, you know, it is in third person. It is some kind of narrator, and so it seems like it's making this objective statement that it is more intense than any that existed, not just him thinking that. And so that makes it seem like it's objectively true and is distracting. Mark says, yeah, the my pet is the, oh my damn, that's not good moment for me. Very sure. Hellenic says, I will say I pictured Little Fox as a literal fox the whole time, so that aspect of the story didn't bother me. I just thought, oh yeah, it's a wild animal. Not great forward thinkers, them. Very true, yeah, exactly. Like I said, if it was an actual fox, I actually think I wouldn't have, you know, all the problems that, well, maybe not all of them, but I wouldn't have a lot of the problems that I had, because I would have thought that too. It would have been like, oh yeah, like, it's a fox, he's not gonna think too hard about that. But knowing it's a person, I'm like, I too am a person, and I feel like if I were in that situation, I would, after what I just went through, I would have questions. I would not want to go through that again. Yes. Thank you so much for submitting, Lilladyeva. I hope I was not too harsh, and if I was, you know, please do your best to just ignore my words and move on, because for the most part, this is a really great story, and I really, really enjoyed it. So let us go on to Hellenic Taoist. I think you did have questions, but if you have any more, don't hesitate to ask them. Ragnar. Hello, friend. Got late today, and I will be multitasking the whole time I'm here, but I wanted to see how everyone's doing and hear your amazing tales. That's so sweet. It's good to see you. As you asked, it was 4 minutes after the alarm you finished Eva's story. Aha! Thank you very much, and thank you for the reminder to set it again. Alright. A blood issue. The Orcs of Snowming by Hellenic Taoist. Master Shockreath's breath fell like snow onto the padded, soundproof alloy bubble of her articulator suite. Resting at a comfortable 110-degree incline, with magnifying goggles cushionly suctioned against her eye sockets, the she-orc neither saw nor thought about her own willowy green hands at the controls. She saw only the microscopic tips of the articulators hovering over the surface of the disc she was engraving. A gentle tug from her right hand moved the needle on the left, soundlessly tracing a thread-fine blue laser over the marble-white sheet of alloy, engraving a gold embroidery of runes. As her left foot eased off the pedal, the needle on the right misted a clear enamel coating over the runes, turning them emerald. The reversed controls helped her to disassociate, allowing her to step, mind and soul, out of her own body and become the will of the machine. Sometime later, Shockreath found that her hands had stopped moving. She blinked for what felt like the first time in weeks, and perceived that the runes had turned light amethyst. The disc now radiated with the power to hard-code one's cells into accepting a marrow transfusion. As she stepped out of the sphere of polished metal, the hushed, cavern-like ambiance of her workshop returned to her. She wasn't tired. There wasn't even any stiffness to be rubbed from her shoulders. And so she simply walked forward to where Verena, her human visitor, sat, and petted her hair affectionately. Another minute in there, and I'd have never wanted to leave. The Brycelander was only half sure what this meant, but something in the little orc lady's smile made the tension in her shoulders melt away in waxy lumps. Intolerable orcish, she said, "You're sure I don't have to pay you anything for this?" Shockreath chuckled, withdrew the tiny marble amulet from the sweets dispenser, and hung it around the taller woman's shoulders. "To save the life of a blood sister is without price, little one." Throughout those Moths and monsters, cheer for the story if you loved it. See, yeah, I didn't remember the different phrasing. But let's look at the notes first. I don't know. I guess I ended up accidentally copying the story. I had about 4 false starts with this story. That is, wrote the opening paragraphs about 4 different drafts before walking away. Early versions included Shakreth's niece, Hrothket, a full-sized orc, about 8 feet tall, with a prosthetic arm. I envisioned said prosthetic arm as being a metal case around the original bone for stability, but couldn't justify it to myself, which was a pretty good indication that the idea wasn't structurally sound. I also tried having Verena as an attending doctor who's struggling to learn about orc customs and adapt to their ways, while also studying them out of biological interest. But trying to juggle 3 characters, each with some aspect of their character that needs explaining, was too distracting, and I never felt satisfied with the drafts. And it was in that moment of Tao-like clarity when I realized that obviously the most interesting form of flesh metal synthesis happening here was the way that Shakreth's consciousness melts into that of her machines while she's working. Similarly, when I realized that I didn't have the space to explain exactly how Shakreth's disc fit into the workings of a prosthetic rune-crafted arm, I discovered that it was far more elegant to just use the disc as a soft and non-invasive amulet that produces the same effect by proximity. It also helped me to remember what I'd come close to forgetting, that the whole point of the Orcs of Snowming is to show off how even cold machinery can be used to create something truly magical when wielded by an inspired artist. That's my opinion anyway, but what do you think? Yay! Summon the moths and monsters! Yeah, I guess I could try to use the phrasing of summon. Summon the moths and monsters! Thank you for the cheer, Magistrate Ironlung. Okay, so you just had the question at the end, so if you have any more questions besides that, then don't hesitate to ask them. So I do agree that the idea of her consciousness melding with the machines and the idea of that even cold metal can be something beautiful and magical when wielded by a master, I think is really beautiful and a really great take on the prompt. I really do like that. I will note that this is another story that I do have quite a few critiques for. And I actually realized I usually read the notes, and so I don't know how. I actually had not read your note before, so that might change some of the things I say a little bit. Yeah, let's, I think, just get started. Thank you for the cheer, Marx. Okay, so remember how I was talking about the thing about first lines? So I will preface all of this by saying I am not very technology minded. So some of these issues might be something with me. So feel free to say if I give a critique and you're like, no, Kaylee, like actually that works really well for me. I think that's just, technology not being your forte. So feel free to say that at any point. But anyway, so Master Shakreth's breath fell like snow. All right, I'm with you. I like that idea of breath falling like snow. Like it almost conjures this image of it's like fogging something up in the cold or something like that. Into the padded. Okay, I didn't expect that word, but all right. Soundproof. All right, interesting. Wasn't expecting this. What's padded and soundproof? Alloy. What do you mean, alloy? How is that related to padded and soundproof? Bubble. Bubble? What are you talking about? And then, of her articulator, what does articulator mean in this context? Sweet. What are you talking about, sweet? So, like I said, maybe for other people that line worked, but for me, it felt like each word was a new thing that I was confused about and wanting answers for, instead of getting answers for it. I think, having read it multiple times, I think that it's her workshop. I don't know for sure still. I don't know if it's like a bubble inside the workshop, but like I definitely was not getting this image of this is the place. This is a place she works. So like when you're saying like an alloy bubble, I'm imagining like a metal bubble that's small or something like that. And so I'm like, I was trying to wrap my brain around that and kind of still am. And so, as I said with the other story, I do think that I feel particularly strongly of it being in the first line because this is my introduction to the story, the world, the characters, everything. And so when my introduction is a bunch of words that, especially put together, I feel like I don't understand, it's not a great opener. It ends up I end up starting the story without starting the story, you know? Just starting the story without understanding what's going on. And then this very much could just be me. But when I saw 100 degree, especially with the little degree symbol, I was definitely thinking temperature. And especially because it says like comfortable, usually when I see comfortable degree, I'm thinking, you know, the temperature of the place. Now 110, at least to a Fahrenheit speaker, it does not seem very comfortable. But I was like, hey, maybe for an orc, they like it that hot. But anyways, and so I did experience a smaller version of that where I was like, okay, resting at a comfortable 110 degrees. All right, so, okay, we're in a comfortable place. It's kind of hot, but I guess orcs like it that way. Incline. Okay, it was a different kind of degree. So like I said, that's pretty dang nitpicky and absolutely could be just me. But it was another thing that I was like, okay, wait, stop, reread that sentence. And then with magnifying goggles, cushionly suctioned against her eye sockets. All right, that I can work with. I like that one. I particularly like the word cushionly. Word is telling me that it's not a word. What do you want the word to be? No, it's not any of those. I really like that. Because I think that is like actually the first thing that makes me properly get what you're trying to convey, which is she's very comfortable. That you are going for this synthesis thing where she's very comfortable where she is. And so like this actually is the first time that I felt like I both understood just simply what's happening, and second of all, the actual like feeling that you're trying to convey of, oh, she's comfortable. That is the point of what's going on here. And then for this line here, so I think it's been a while since I've talked about this, but there is a thing where, so let's see how I want to describe it. So the she-orc neither saw nor thought about her own willowy green hands at the controls. Well, I have not yet been told what she does see and think about. So all I as the reader am seeing and thinking about are her willowy green hands at the controls. And that's a great image. I like the image of her willowy green hands at the controls. I think that's very evocative. And so that is immediately what I'm seeing. And so it is this thing where it's generally not a good idea to describe something that someone is not seeing. And so instead of describing, oh, she doesn't see this, like I said, the minute that you put an image into the story, now I'm thinking of that image. And so if you describe, you know, her willowy green hands, especially with such a cool and evocative word as willowy, I'm totally gonna imagine that. Like I can't just be like, aha, her willowy green hands. Wait, no willowy green hands. There's nothing, I can't be thinking about that. That's not there. That's not what she's thinking about. You know, that doesn't really work. And so instead, describing what she does see, and quite simply that, I think would work better. So just saying like, resting at a comfortable 110 degree incline with magnifying goggles cushionly suctioned against her eye sockets, she saw only the microscopic tips of the articulators hovering over the surface of the disc she was engraving. All right, now I'm with her, right? Now I'm just imagining, oh, okay, the microscopic tips, the disc, you know, here's what we're working on. And I'm not imagining her willowy green hands, because I'm not supposed to be, you know what I mean? And you know, that keeps me in her head focused on the metal thing before me, instead of her. And that kind of thing. Let's see. Okay. So let me think how I want to talk about this. So I do not think that your description of the technical stuff is bad by any means. I do think that there are some cool technical things going on here that are cool. And so I do not think that that it is poorly described or anything of that sort. However, especially as someone who is not very technologically minded, for me, it doesn't really have much impact, especially because, like, I don't quite know what an articulator is in this situation, and stuff like that, that I don't quite have a clear picture. It's not, like I said, I think other people will have a clear picture. That could just be me. And as I said, they are not badly described. But I don't have quite the most pristine picture of what's going on here. And it's quite a few paragraphs of just what's technologically going on. And that doesn't really leave an impact on me as a reader. What does leave an impact on me as a reader is this. Allowing her to step mind and soul out of her own body and become the will of the machine. There we go. That is the prompt. That is the emotional impact. That is a really cool image. I really like that. And so it's, to me, it feels like you're spending a lot of time telling us how the watch works instead of telling us what time it is. And I totally get why you'd want to do that in the prompt of synthesis of flesh and metal. That, yeah, let's talk a lot about the metal. But I actually think that you could still fulfill the prompt really well and, successfully go after the metal part. But give me something more emotional to hang on to. So I actually, the next thing I'll say, kind of a different but related thing, is that when I got here, I was very thrown for a loop. I was like, that's really interesting, but what? Like, I didn't know that that's what she was working on. And it's a highly specific thing. It's not like, oh, she made, a sword, or she made even like a computer or a microchip for a computer or something like that. This is a really specific thing. Really cool thing, and I like it. But it's something that I feel like was thrown at me, and it smacked me in the face, and I'm like, what was that? What just smacked me in the face? And so, what was I going to say? So I actually very much thought that her blood, I thought that, okay. So when I got to the end, we have the human Verena visiting, and then at the end, Shakareth says, "To save the life of blood sisters without price, little one." I thought that meant that Verena is her blood sister, and I was like, oh, a human and an orc are blood sisters? Well, that's intriguing. And I was thinking that it was saying, this is going to save your life, that she has some kind of bone marrow disease. And so when she's like, hey, this will save your life. I'm saving your life. And so I was thinking the two were connected. And I was like, I like that. I like both of those. I like all the things I just described. Like, this is really interesting. The idea of an orc and a human being blood sisters. I've read your notes, so I don't think they are anymore, but we'll talk about that in a second. But the idea of an orc and a human being blood sisters, I'm super intrigued by that. Her wanting to save her life, ooh, that is an emotional gut punch. Or maybe not gut punch, but like an emotional thing. I like that. All those things are great. All those things are emotional and have impact and stuff like that. And so I was thinking that going into that and going into her motivation of she's doing this because she wants to save her sister, and describing more of why she's doing it instead of the technicalities of what she's doing, I think would leave a much greater impact on me as the reader. Because I personally am not going to walk away from this story and continue thinking about, oh yeah, the alloy, the articulators, so powerful, I'm going to be thinking about, to save the life of a blood sister. That's what I'm going to walk away with from this story. And so, like I said, I'm not technologically minded, and so I don't know if somebody who is technologically minded might go, yeah, I am going to walk away from this story thinking about the articulators and that kind of thing. But I feel like your words would be better spent and used describing the emotional impact of the piece as opposed to the technology. And like I said, I do understand why you focus on the technology, but I think you can totally fulfill the prompt really well and, create a more emotionally impactful story by focusing more on that. Now, there's another way you could do it as well, which is you can take out the whole blood sister part. You can take out the whole bone marrow fusion thing, transfusion part, and only focus on her work and talk more about the emotion of that. And go even more hard on this. What does she feel like, when she is in this machine? And so that's the other emotionally impactful part of the story. Like I said, it's not the movements of the articulators and the needles that leaves an impression on me as the reader. It's her mind and soul are becoming one with the machine, and she never wants to leave. That's what's interesting. And maybe you could do both. Maybe you can take out some of the technology stuff, and you could focus on both of those emotional things and focus even more on how does she feel when she's in the machine and why is she doing this. So knowing, let's go back to your note here. So Verena's just a doctor who likes Orc customs, which presumably she is not the blood sister. She's going to take this to her blood sister, and this, you took out the importance. So you took out the reason that this was needed, that the prosthetic arm. And so I think because you took out the reason for it to be there, I think it would be better to simply take out that too, because like I said, it was like it smacked me in the face and I was like, what was that? And I think that just going for, like she takes out the amulet. And we don't need to know what the amulet does, and she can still give it to Verena, and stuff like that. I do think that if you kept the ending as it is, even taking out the bone marrow transfusion, I think I probably would have still thought that Verena's the blood sister and it's her life being saved. But you would have one less confusing thing, one less thing that kind of seems to come out of nowhere. And like I said, if it's not important and not really related to, the person who's going to be helped by this is not here. And the reason that this exists is also not here. It kind of feels like also the specificity of that also shouldn't be there. And, would keep more impact as something more general. I was going to say. Oh, yeah, and I mean, I guess the other thing is to say is, knowing that she's just a doctor who's interested is, less powerful to me than thinking that, a human and an orc are blood sisters. But, I'm trying to think, other than taking out the last line, what you could do to make it clear that they aren't who is being referred to. I guess part of it is, why does she not have to pay? I guess you could say something like, you sure I don't have to pay you anything for this? And then she says, good work is its own reward. Go back to the idea of the synthesis of flesh and metal of, I love working on this. I don't care if I'm paid for it. If that's what you're going for. Because it seems to me like there's a specific reason why Verena doesn't need to pay, as opposed to nobody needs to pay. And I don't know if either of those are correct. And I no longer know why she doesn't have to pay. Because I was thinking, you're dying. I'm going to give you this for free because I want to save your life, And maybe that's still the case, even if it's not Verena. Maybe it's, hey, you've got my blood sister in your hospital. I need her saved. Which I guess would honestly seem more like, because as it's structured as it is, it seems like Verena is asking for it. Verena's like, hey, I need you to make a piece for me. I need it to be something that will have one's cells accept a marrow transfusion. And it's like, all right, cool, I accept your request. As opposed to, my sister's in the hospital, I made this for her, go take it to her, please, doctor. that kind of thing. And so it's like, in that case, why would she need to pay anything for this? It's Shakareth who's making the request. So yeah, maybe it's actually this I don't need to pay you thing that adds the confusion. And like I said, I do think that coming back to the idea of, oh, good work is its own reward, or some version of that, would work better as a last line. It wouldn't add the confusion, and it would go right back to the theme of the piece as a whole. Oh yeah, the other thing I wanted to say is like regarding the like technology and stuff like that. Something I was thinking about as I was thinking about this story is, I wonder if something that would be helpful for any of and all of us to ask as we're writing these 350 word stories is, what emotion do I want to convey? Because like I said, when I'm just reading about the technology, I'm not really getting an emotion or an impact from that. I'm just getting, you know, okay, here's the technology. And so I do wonder if like that would be a good question overall to ask of like, okay, I want to convey Master Shakareth's passion. And so then knowing that, so then you'll probably describe that more and go even deeper into her passion for this machinery and stuff like that, and like maybe synthesis itself is kind of the emotion you want to go for. And so maybe in that case you can just instead of describing again like the specifics of like the articulated and stuff like that, you can just describe how oh, did I just lose it? I mean, I guess I was just gonna say that you can just describe from further back her feeling completely flowing with the machine. That you could just use, you know, metaphors and stuff like that as she's, you know, working that. How she feels. What was I gonna say? How she feels completely synthesized, you know, with this machine, and we don't even need to know the specifics of the machine to get that feeling of, I feel so one with this machine. You know what I mean? Like I said, like this was the most impactful part of the beginning for me, and so I think going even harder on that and describing that even more would be really, really helpful. I do like this. This works well for me, and this gives me a little bit more of the image of the bubble, but I do think that you could just describe the workshop and not have to go into the specifics of the bubble inside the workshop, and it would work as well. This line does have the same issue as the line in the first paragraph, that you're saying there's no tension and stiffness in her shoulders. But when you're describing that's now what I'm imagining. Now that you said there's stiffness in her shoulders, now I'm imagining her, you know, walking out, kind of rubbing her arm and stuff like that. But that's not what I'm supposed to be imagining. And so again, I think describing the positive of like, she felt peace, and what would be like the opposite of tense? Other than peace. Let's see if thesaurus will tell me. Yeah, loose, you know, slack. Yeah, so she felt energized, her shoulders loose and relaxed. I think that would much better conjure the image that that you're wanting to conjure, instead of me imagining, okay, now I'm imagining her tired, now I'm imagining her with stiff shoulders, you know? I do really like this as well. Once again, I think this really conveys her passion and her being synthesized, right? That is like, I am one with the machine. I don't want to leave. I think that is great. This is what I want more of in the story. I think that's great. Nitpicky, not that big a deal, but context thing. We won't know what a Bricelander is if we've never, granted, if you've written a lot about this universe and I just haven't read that, then yeah, like maybe that's fine for people who do know the universe, but I'm not very familiar with this universe, and so having a word that I'm not familiar with doesn't really add anything to the story for me. And it's, like I said, it's not that confusing or anything. It's just like the question mark was only half sure what this meant, you know, and it might work a little better without that question mark, but, you know, it's a small thing. I do like, you know, that her smile is like makes her feel better and stuff like that. I guess part of why I critique the shoulders thing specifically here is because you do mention tension melting away here, and so it seems odd to say there's no stiffness in the shoulders. There is stiffness in the shoulders that's going away. And of course, it's different characters, but I think just using the shoulder image for one, you know, character, especially because it's kind of the same thing, stiffness in the shoulders, you know, tension in the shoulders. I think it would work a little better just to stick with the one character who actually does have tension. I am curious what waxy lumps means here in this case. Because you do get lumps in your shoulders when they are tense, but I wouldn't really describe when my tension melts away. I don't know if I'd describe it as melting in lumps, because the lumps are the problem. the knots are the problem, and so it would be like a knot unraveling, you know, instead of... I guess it kind of gives me this image of like a lump of butter in water and like the water going down the drain kind of thing. And it's more like, you know, the lump, you know, dissolving or the knot unraveling as opposed to just the lump itself is going, you know, down the drain. Again, that might be nitpicky though. I do like the little clarification of intolerable Orcish. She's not super great at Orcish, but she's trying, especially knowing now that this is just a human who's interested in Orc culture, knowing like, yeah, she's trying to learn the culture and learn the language. I think that's cool. Despite my critique for the line, I do really like this, and I like the italics of it. I think that is a very poignant line that leaves me intrigued. I do like that. Let's see. I wanted to find... let me see if I can find a visual aid for the next thing I'm gonna say. Perfect. So, when you said disc up here, the surface of the disc, this is what I imagine. Like, this kind of disc, this size of disc. Definitely not imagining a very little necklace. And so... it took me multiple reads to understand, because I actually thought, let's see, where was it? The sweets dispenser. When it said dispenser, I thought, aha, like the disc. Oh, there's the timer. I thought the disc was like on top and it like spat out the amulet. But the disc is the amulet. And so I would be curious to hear if other people had the same image, or if you were like, no, I totally imagined like very small disc and it made sense that it was an amulet. But I do think that either clarifying the size or using a different word than disc would help me imagine better.
Baby. What do you think, Bella?
And like I said, I do, despite the fact that it does add confusion, I do love the idea of, you know, saving a blood sister. I think that's really impactful and interesting and adds emotion to the piece and adds some character to Chakareth, that we see really that the work is its own reward, both in terms of the actual work itself, she loves it, also in what the work is going to do ultimately. So I do like that. Let's see what folks have been saying. Thank you for the cheer, Mako Cam. Welcome. To do. Yes, it is a bubble inside the workshop. All right. Arith says, I pictured a metal sphere acting as a quiet room as she worked on her machine. Okay, so you were able to imagine it. Okay. I looked up the ideal ergonomic sitting angle for working, and experts agree that it's 110 degrees, so that's where the number comes from. Gotcha. I mean, I guess that kind of goes along with my critique overall, which is that I don't really need to know the specific number, especially because I haven't looked it up, and so I don't know what that means exactly. And so I just need to know that she's comfortable. That's the importance here. And so I guess in a way the number kind of distracts from that. It's not a huge deal, but it just, in the it's in line with what I've said overall. Yeah, exactly. Willowy green hands. Quick, don't think of pink elephants. Yep, if you're like, don't think about pink elephants. Now everybody's imagining pink elephants. It is that thing where it's like, she doesn't see her green willowy hands. I'm like, I see them. Do love some jarring reveals. Oh yes, they are blood sisters. That's the correct impression. That was sort of a last minute change. Oh, okay. So I am left with my intrigue. I am left with my intrigue of a human and an orc being blood sisters. Is the marrow transfusion for Verena or for someone else? Hello, Bitzer, and good night, Bitzer. Hellenic says, yeah, I sort of just moved the timescale back. In the final draft, Verena is still a biologist, anthropologist studying orc customs, and she's also become Shakareth's blood sister. I think part of my problem was that Orcs of Snowming is, with the Orcs of Snowming, is that Shakareth is kind of the only character I have a firm grasp on, and the rest is just culture. I may need to spend some more time building the characters in this world. That's totally fair. Totally fair. I guess I could describe her stretching as the waking up from a nap. Yeah, you totally could. Yeah, that would absolutely work. She feels well rested and happy. I think I was thinking of suet dumplings at the time. That's what I get for writing on an empty stomach. Oh, for like the disc? Like a dumpling, thing. Oh, it's fun. In which direction you're thinking of going forward? I assume she's leaning back and enjoying her work. And so Mako says 500. Death said, can you I think Death said that the price of cheering went up. That it went from like $5 to $6. So, do you still think that it should be 500 with that, or should it change? Okay, so somebody tell Palmathemus when I'm reading the story. But thank you so much for submitting, Hellenic. Let us go on to Arith Winterfell. Also, while we were talking about price, can you guys tell me what Discord says when you like hit the subscriber buttons? Because it's, like I said, it's meant to be 3, 5, 10, and I think it's like $2.99. $4.99, $9.99. But I've looked at it before and it said different numbers, and so I'm wondering if that went up as well without me knowing it, or if just something was wrong when I looked at it. There are no gift subs. There are no gift subs though. What are you referring to? Like there haven't been any gift subs today? No, just one normal subscription. Alright, let's begin. Prelude by Arith Winterfell. I had only been the elected administrator of our colony less than a year, when we had been contacted by the Cybernetic Unity from their territory in nearby space. Now I was meeting their representative for the first time. I'd expected some disturbingly only partly human construct, and had braced myself for that. This man, though, he appeared completely human, perhaps aside from his piercing blue eyes that glowed with their own light. Even that oddness made him more attractive to me. He was handsome and graceful. His handshake was firm as steel. "To what do I owe the pleasure of your visit, Representative Arlen?" I began. Administrator Lynn, we've been watching your settlement's growth over the past few years near our borders, and we decided we wish to offer an olive branch and the opportunity for your community to join us. I can tell you first off that our people would be wary of such an offer. We value individuality greatly, and joining a collective cybernetic group mind simply isn't something that we would welcome. I am here to help dispel some of the many misunderstandings between our people. For starters, individuality isn't excluded from the unity. We can share knowledge and experiences, but as you can see, I'm much closer to you than you might expect. We and our people share more in common than you might think. Well, I must admit, I am intrigued by your words, but we also value deeply our freedoms as individuals. I am not saying we expect all your people to join us in that way. Among us are many people who remain as purely individual people. In any society, there is some collective action. Even your own election to your current position is an act of shared power by your people. There is no pressure to join the collective mind, merely an opportunity to share, just as we are sharing words and experiences even now. And he smiled again gently. All we ask is your time and an open mind. And immediately an ad starts, but summon those moths and monsters, cheer for this story if you loved it. Don't worry, Arith. This'll be kitty time. This'll be kitty time. Wait a second. What's going on here? Oh, okay. So it hasn't been rolled out yet. All right. So in that case, it is. It would be 500. Nice and simple. If it hasn't changed. The answer individualized. Thank you for the cheer, Mako Kim and Magistrate Iron Lung. Yeah. What ads are everybody getting? Well, I guess you can't answer while you're in the ad. Okay. It seems you are back, but what ads did you all get? Burger ads. Nice. So that's one encore. Lovely, lovely. So that means Kansas's story is indeed unlocked. Alrighty-roo. So, Arith, if you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask them. One for Inside Out 2 and another for another film. I have no idea what it was. I am very well trained in ignoring ads. Nice. Those are some pretty good ads. Not so bad. But yes, very fun story, Arith. I really enjoy the that there are like multiple syntheses in this story. There is cybernetic unity themselves seem to be a synthesis of metal and flesh, and then they are also wanting to integrate other races, and the whole story is let's synthesize our races. And so I do like your use of the prompt a lot. I think it's a very fun world that I'm very curious about. So I am curious. I have a question for you first and foremost. Because some of the things I'm going to say will either be a praise or a critique depending on what you intended. So the question is, did you intend for this to seem genuine? Did you intend for readers to walk away from this story going, oh yeah, like this seems to be a reverse of the evil Borg trope. This seems to be a genuinely nice offer. Or did you want it to be more ambiguous or more suspicious? Did you want it to be I don't know if I trust this. Which one did you intend? Okay, so you did intend for it to feel genuine. All right, unfortunately that means that this is going to end up being in the critique direction. Well, I guess I will just start with that because that is kind of an overall story thing. So let's see. Did I describe it well in any of the commons? Problems. Why does this just say problems? Oh, I think I know what I was trying to say. Okay. Yeah, so to me, I am very suspicious of this. That when I reach the end, I would not like to join the Borg, you know? And I'll try to, as I go through the story, talk about why this ends up at least seeming suspicious. Now, it being genuine is absolutely an option that is in my mind, that it is possible that this is genuine. But it is not the only interpretation, and it is not the main interpretation. It is not my go-to. My go-to is, this is bad. And so I think that one of the main reasons why I end up thinking that is because the only info that we get is out of their ambassador's mouth. That all we hear is what he is saying. And we as the audience have no reason to trust it. That, and perhaps the biggest, you know, well, I don't know, we'll see. But something that would really be helpful, potentially, is getting more of Administrator Lynn's opinion. That if we knew, okay, like, if they're like, you know, I'm wary of this, but you know what? As I hear him continuing to talk, I think he might be right. Now, granted, it's possible that even if you had done that, I would have been like, you're getting brainwashed, don't listen to him. I might have thought that. But it would have been a potential thing that could be helpful in getting more info on if this is genuinely genuine. Getting someone else's opinion than just theirs. And the other reasons why I think it seems not genuine is because I don't see any benefit for them being allowed to keep their individuality, especially because they are called the Unity. And so, like, a race that is literally in their very being, in their very species name, is called the Unity. It makes me feel like it would not work to not be part of the Unity. that you could not be, an individual in the Unity, because it means you're not in the Unity. Because, like, human is like, I don't exactly know all the etymology of the word human, but to me, human's just a silly word for our race. And it's not like, to me, I have never heard of it as meaning, the Unity or something like that, meaning something. It just is a word for our species. And so if it was like that, it's just like, the Schmebulox, would you like to join the Schmebulox? Of course not that silly, but if it was just, a word, I feel like that would help as well, where I'm not like, okay, your race is called the Unity, but you're saying I cannot be a part of the Unity? I'm suspicious of that. And then, it also kind of related to that, like, if they are a Unity and literally their minds are connected, presumably that's how their world works. That's how their species, their community works. And so, like, I was trying to think of a good image, and I don't know if I can find one. But let me think for a second and see if I can think of anything better than what I came up with last night. I don't know. I'll just say what I came up with last night, but it's not quite accurate. It's like there's some, like, that hermit out there in the boonies who, like, thinks internet's from the devil. Like, he's not part of the community. he like, and like, if he, like, grows his own food and stuff like that, like, he's not talking to anybody, he's not interacting with anybody online or in town or any of that. And so like, okay, he's still human, sure, which is part of why the image doesn't work. But he's not part of the community. And so it feels odd that it would be like, oh yes, join our community. Oh, you would all like to be hermits and you wouldn't actually like to join the community? That's totally fine. It's like, well then what's the purpose of having telling them to join the community if they're not joining the community? The image doesn't quite work, but that kind of thing where it's like you are offering, the whole point of this is to say, please join our community, please join our race, which is part of why it's creepy, but please join our community. And so saying, please join our community, it's okay if you don't want to join our community in joining our community, is kind of like something doesn't add up. And like I said, kind of going for, along with the idea that he's the only one who we get, he's the only person that we get the words from, that we get an explanation from, an opinion from. You know, he says, among us are many people who remain as purely individual people. I'm kind of going, okay, what does purely remaining an individual person entail? How do they feel about this? What are their lives like? Do they actually exist, or are you just lying to me? You know, that kind of thing. And I do think that's something that could have potentially helped, which I think was the problems comment. Yeah, that... Oh, I see it. Cut off. Yeah, it cut off. That it could be that, like, oh yeah, like the original race, like the original unity, they do all have their minds plugged into each other. And so they were like, okay, like let's have other races join us, and they will also be permanently, you know, tethered to the hive mind. And then something went horribly wrong, you know, and maybe, you know, it makes me think a lot of Mr. Noir's story from a while back of like a race that purely, you know, interacted through thoughts, and then somebody who spoke through dialogue coming in and it being like, what the heck is happening here? So maybe it could be like that one of the other races, when they're joined to the hive mind, like it floods the channel and they don't know how to hold back their emotions, or it makes it difficult to communicate because these people of other races aren't used to this, it doesn't work. Or it could be like it drove them insane, and that would be even worse for the hive mind. And so if you're able to say like, oh, like if he... And of course, it could be difficult to, it could be difficult to explain it in 350 words. But some way of explaining, like she's like, hey, I'm pretty wary of this. And he could say something along these lines of, well, when we tried to have other races join the hive mind and never leave, it caused problems both for us and for them. And so we do not require that anymore. You know, if you somehow conveyed... No, like we have, that's what we wanted originally, but it didn't work. Then I think that would help lend some credibility to what he's saying, because it wouldn't just be like, oh yeah, you can totally remain an individual. And then I'm like, press X to doubt. But if it said, no, if he was like, when people didn't remain individuals, it actually was a huge issue, then I'd be like, oh, you actually have incentive to keep people individuals. I guess that's maybe a better way to say it as well, that they don't seem to have any incentive to allow people to keep their free will. I don't really know why he's doing this and wanting to expand their empire, other than kind of a Borg situation, and like all, and so yeah, I don't know what incentive he would have to let people remain individuals. And so if you gave me that incentive and were like, no, it was a big problem, then I would be like, oh, okay, like I believe it a little bit more now. But yeah, let's see if we can go through line by line. Oh yeah, I am curious why it is called a prelude. Now it does feel like a prologue to a book, and so if that was what you were going for, I think you did a great job with that. And so I'm really curious what's coming, knowing that you meant it genuine, because I very much, like, when I thought about it, it was like, yeah, this feels like a prologue, and then, like, the next chapter would start with, the rebellion had been going on for 5 years, you know, that kind of thing. And so knowing that's not the case makes me very curious how that first chapter actually would start. Or if you just would continue to be telling the story of somebody who had joined the Unity and were having a great time. I do like I don't know if it's a she, but I do like the main character's thoughts of like, oh, like I expected some disturbing part human construct. I think that's great. I will say that I guess this might just have to do with different characters different readers having different biases. Because to me, when I read, like, he looked completely human aside from his piercing blue eyes, it made him more attractive. He's handsome and graceful. I'm like, get away! That makes him more creepy to me. And it's kind of like, maybe it's kind of the uncanny valley thing, but it's sort of that situation of, it's kind of that situation of, ooh, why am I losing my train of thought? I did not set my timer again. Uh-oh. Hopefully I don't go too far over. But it's kind of the uncanny valley thing where it's like something that isn't human appearing human is like my race is being invaded kind of thing. It's like, like I would much rather you look obviously robotic. That would, to me, would be much less disturbing. Now that does tie into why I like that you actually used the word disturbingly, because that tells me how she thinks of the situation, and that even if I would find that less disturbing, I do know, okay, this is how this character thinks. They would find that disturbing, and so I have mixed feelings on that. In one sense, I like how you described it and think you did a good job of showing, like, oh, hey, to this character, this is actually, they would be more disturbing if they didn't look human, and this is actually very comforting for them to look human. Even though for me as the reader, I have my biases, and I'm like, that actually is more creepy. I guess I don't know if it would have helped to add a line about that, and if they were like, I expected that, basically some version of, I expected it to be more creepy, but actually it was quite comforting. You could use the word uncanny and be like, I expected it to be uncanny, but actually it made him feel like a friend or something like that. Yeah. Let's see here. I'm also curious, so are the borders in space? Because I did get a little bit, lost isn't the right word, but I imagined them like on different planets. And then I was imagining them on the same planet. And I was like, why is this happening? And then when I reread it, I was like, oh, that's why it's happening. It's because it first is described as their territory in nearby space, and then it's described as borders and settlement, which seems more like planetary words. And so it's not too big of an issue, but I do think that either sticking to space words or sticking to more land planet words would create a clearer image. I mean, because you could say your planet's growth, you know. I don't know about borders, though, because borders is such a, like, hey, this is your land, border, this is my land. And if you're on different planets, or you're on a planet and they're in a cube in space, like, you don't really need borders. Like, I don't know that somebody would call the ocean a border, and, you know, saying, like, I don't know, if someone from, like, Africa, like, went to India and were like, we have been watching your settlement's growth near our borders. It's like, there's an ocean, homie. there's not a border there. Anyways, but I really like the way he talks. I think this is a great little line there, great introduction. So I like her response, especially because I too am wary. And this might be a more nitpicky thing, but I do feel like in diplomatic situations, I do feel like her response should be a little more diplomatic. Because his was perfectly diplomatic. Like I said, I really like the way you phrased that. But I feel like for hers, like her response is basically, I'm wary of that. Nope, we would not welcome that. And it feels like a diplomat would say something more like, let's see, did I write anything down? Yeah, that, something like, we appreciate this kind offer, and you have been wonderful neighbors. However, I fear that my people wouldn't feel welcome, or my people would be wary of losing their individuality or something like that. Something a little more, like, polite and saying, I appreciate what you're going for, but no thank you. As opposed to, no, and also, no. But that being said, I totally am with her. I'm totally with her on, yeah, I'm wary too, and I'm not really welcoming that either. I do, like I said, I do continue to like how he talks, going after that. His words seem overall very diplomatic, very polite, very, like, I don't know, knowledgeable, stuff like that. It all makes sense. Oh yeah, I am curious how many races are included in the Unity and what the original race was. Oh yeah, then this is just kind of the same thing where it's like, I'm much closer to you than you might expect. I'm like, spooky. I don't know if I like that. But he's trying to use it as, hey, we're just alike. I guess that's part of it, that it's saying, hey, I'm like you, and I'm like, you are not like me. You are a robot, and I don't like that you're trying to look like me. It's kind of this idea of like, I have chosen this form for your comfort, and it's like, I'm not comforted. It kind of reminds me how of in Contact, that at the end, the alien shows up in the form of her deceased father, I believe, and he's like, oh, like, I'm a brain-breaking being, and I showed up as something that you'd understand. And I was sitting there watching that, and I was like, I know it's supposed to be, like, comforting, but, like, especially because he picked her dead dad, that doesn't really sit right with me. So it's kind of similar to that it's like, yes, I picked this form for your comfort, and it's like, that maybe doesn't make me feel the best. It doesn't quite sit right. So I also, I feel like I'm having a lot of nitpicks and critiques for the story. I'm sorry. I hope that I am not being too harsh. And again, if I am, please do your best to disregard. So I like both the sentiments in this line. But the phrasing was a little odd to me because to me it seems like it's saying, I must admit I'm intrigued by your words, but we also value deeply our freedoms as individuals. Well, those two things are opposites, and the sentence kind of seems like it's saying they are, and so I feel like saying, something like, well, I must admit, I am intrigued by your words, but I'm still wary of losing my freedom. I'm still wary, maybe not I must admit, I am intrigued, maybe that's part of it, is the I to we, but I must admit, I'm intrigued by your words, but I know my people would still be wary, something like that. The other issue is that she does seem to be repeating herself, that she said, we value individuality greatly. And so then she kind of seems to be saying, we value our individuality greatly. So I think saying something that's, the same idea, similar idea, but phrased a little differently would help. So something like, I must admit, I'm intrigued by your words, but I'm still wary as we value freedom above all else, or something like that. Maybe not that exactly, but that kind of thing. Something I don't think I've said is that despite me being very wary, I do really like this idea, and I do like the fact that even if I as a reader didn't quite get there, I do like the reversal of the normal trope, because the normal trope is, come join the Borg, and it's not a good thing at all. And so I do like going, hey, maybe it's not so bad. Maybe actually you don't have to give up all your freedoms and your individuality and stuff like that. I do think that is a very fun twist on the common trope. And I think that is perhaps part of why it's so hard to convey what you wanted to convey, because it's so common that it's a problem. It's so common to be a bad thing. And so it being a good thing, I have a hard time immediately giving in to that. But nonetheless, especially knowing that was your intent, I do really like the idea that you're going for. I think it's very interesting, and I think I would love to read more stories in this universe. Again, especially now knowing that, knowing what somebody's life might be like in the Unity, and how it actually could be a good thing. And I also do really like the image of like politics and stuff like that. That is true. That there is collective action, and so like electing an official is the minds of many coming together to elect one person. Oh gosh, I don't know. That just made me think of like when you're trying to elect someone, that it's like, all right, everybody, plug into the hive mind, and then it would be horrible. It would be chaos. I mean, it would be nice if people would help understand each other and be kinder to each other, because they're plugged into a hive mind. But I feel like it would just be even worse screaming at each other inside your heads, from the different sides of the election. Oh gosh. But anyways, I do really like that. I think that's a great, I think that is one of the best arguments that he made, that, hey, collective action isn't a bad thing, that that even you in your current society, you do have some sort of unity and collective action just like we do, and maybe it could be just like that, maybe it could be even better. I think that's really cool, and I like the idea of it's just an opportunity to share. That's like, hey, if you want to share your mind, then go for it. I do think that's a fun and then, with him giving another good example of like, hey, we're sharing words and experiences. It would just be a more intense version of that. I think that is very cool as well. So let's see. Everybody talks about the uncanny valley. Nobody mentions the canny peak. Amazing. Interesting. Hellenic says, I got the pleasant vibe right away. So Hellenic totally got that it was genuine. Arith says, is supposed to be an undertone of distrust by the colony. Wait, by the colony? So, like, the colony doesn't trust Lynn? Or you're saying there is supposed to be a mistrust from Lynn to the colony? Yeah, Arachner says, this is one of these stories in which I think different cultural backgrounds would make people read the story differently. Well, now I'm super curious how you read it, presuming that means you read it very differently. Arith says, it was definitely meant to play with the archetype and explore our ideas of hive minds and what they are. It certainly did that. Arachner says, considering that comment, I can't help but think the USA are one of the countries that most overvalues the idea of individuality, and united is in the name itself. That is true. That's a good point. But I really like that this story brings a different element of synthesis to the table, for sure. Not just a synthesis. I mean, like, I talked about the synthesis of flesh and metal, like, inside the people of the Unity, and then the synthesis of cultures, but then there's even more smaller syntheses, that it's like sharing, you know, the collective action is a synthesis, like, you're coming together to vote. The, opportunity to sharing is a synthesis too, so that's very cool. Human is thought to be a combination of homo, meaning man, and humus, meaning earth. Gotcha. But yeah, if homo means just man and nothing else than that, then I'd say it still stands that you're that the title could just be a word that means the species. It says, I think I meant that individuals can exist on a Unity-controlled colony, but still be free to live and act freely, but the Unity itself rules as a governing body like Congress. Essentially, non-Unity members are like non-citizens. Interesting. I'm trying to think how I feel about that, because I do think that the hive mind thing throws a wrench in things, because, like I said, like, being plugged into each other means you like, in a lot of ways, can't be separate. Like, you can't be part of the Unity. And so, like, in our countries, people move around as individuals as citizens, and people move around as individuals as non-citizens. And whether you're a citizen or a non-citizen doesn't affect you, like, your being inherently. But being a part of a hive mind feels like something that inherently impacts your being. I guess maybe it feels less like the hermit, you know, in the cottage, and more like that fox, that fox in the forest. Like, the fox isn't a human. The fox isn't a part of our community. I guess that's maybe more what it feels like. Like, being a part of a hive mind would be such a different way of living that it feels like you'd be a different species if you chose not to. You know what I mean? That it's like, oh yeah, like, you can be on our planet, but you're gonna be a fox. You're not gonna be a human. You're not gonna be part of our community. Maybe I'm overhyping it. Maybe it wouldn't be as big of a deal as I think it would be. But I guess that's just the question. Arith says, I also wanted to explore the idea as hive mind action having already existing in democratic or mass media thought right now. Indeed. Yeah, good point that we do often refer to, like, the hive mind of social media. I don't think I know enough about that story to comment. Arachnus is also another story I've read recently that uses the idea of evolving towards a shared thought process. In the case of that other story, through telepathic capabilities. And the neo-humans not really being able to understand how the former forms even manage to function without sharing their thoughts and making close community. This seems to be a recurring trope in sci-fi. Yeah, exactly. And again, it reminds me of Mistin's story, that, like, the people in Mistin's story who were connected via their minds couldn't even understand speech. They were like, what are you doing with your mouth? And so it feels like it's not quite that, because clearly he has also learned to speak and stuff like that. So clearly they're not so plugged in as some could be. But that is kind of where my mind goes, that if that is how you live, then it's going to be a very different existence than the existence we know, if that makes sense. Arith says, I should note that cybernetic unity started as a high-tech human society that just gradually joined and shared consciousness. Oh! The colony is also lower-tech humans, and the unity also brings higher tech in medicine and computers. Well, that could change things. So, what... So let me go back here. I expected some disturbingly only partly human construct and had braced myself for that. This man, though he appeared completely human, perhaps aside from his piercing blue eyes that glow with their own light, even that oddness made him more attractive to me. He was handsome and graceful, his handshake firm as steel. So he is human. Is that what's going on here? That he is human, he just might have augmented eyes and maybe an augmented hand? that could change things. Because, yeah, if they are human and they're like, yeah, I am inherently human and we just, like, continue to develop into this society and you too are human and you can join us. Like, that helps a lot. That helps it seem so much more genuine. I'm trying to figure out how you could describe it to make it clear that he is human, because I very much thought this is a complete robot. Like, this is a robot who has, they have advanced so much that they are able to fully replicate the human form. Not, this is a human. He just has a couple augments. Because yeah, if he is a human, totally, that's way more trustworthy. And it's like, it's not this this alien race coming in and being like, oh yes, join us humans, you will still be able to remain human in our unity. It's like, well, yeah, of course you can, because that's how the unity started. It makes the blending seem to make so much more sense. Like, if they are human, they would totally understand the importance of individuality. It would not be a situation of, yes, the core race is a hive mind and we added more minds. It would be, the core race is human and we, evolved into, being able to share thoughts and stuff like that. Because I'm trying to think. Like, so it starts with, like, expects some disturbingly only partly human construct. And so that, to me, conjures the image of, its base is construct, not, its base is human with construct added. Its base is construct with human added. So that, I don't know if you could change that phrasing to help. And then he appeared, I'm immediately like, oh, he only appears that way. I don't know if you said he was, if I would be like, robot, or if I would have been like, oh, I guess he was. And, he also, where are his, like, I'm much closer to you than you might expect. Again, made me think, oh, hey, I am a robot who has assumed your form, as opposed to, I am human. I just have some cool eyes, and where is the part at the end? Maybe there wasn't another one. But yeah, like, maybe I just have to think about that more. But if there was a way to make it clear, he doesn't just look human, he is human. I think that would help a lot in making it seem completely genuine. Arith says, that's an interesting thing. Members of the hive mind share experiences, but remain individuals too, akin to the way Congress works, but with more intimate understanding among the members. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense now, knowing they are human in base. Arachner says, I like how you built the arguments of the representative. Feels like a natural progression. That is true. Arith says, I also plan for issues on the colony to have groups grow hostile to the idea of joining, while Lynn is actually fall in love with Arlen. Oh, interesting. Very interesting. It feels deliberately enticing. Are you saying that, back when I was saying all the ways that, that, part of why it feels like, I don't trust this, is because it seems deliberately enticing. Yeah, it doesn't seem like you're talking about the issues and the problems with it. It's just, here's everything that's great about it. And so it's like, what are the problems with it? We need a cybernetic plug that makes automatic timing for the stories, yeah. Makes feelings are intended for Lynn, I presume. Makes him drop guard if you want to keep it somewhat menacing. I'm not sure what you're referring to specifically. The CU covers many star systems. The colony is on a single planet, claiming their star is independent space, and the edge of the CU-controlled space is simply nearby. Gotcha. Just humans in the CU, no alien races in the setting, just gene-modded humans. Gotcha. Yep. Very, very helpful. Very different thing. If all your critiques are nitpicky, I take it as high praise. It means I did well, that you had to dig to find flaws. Very fair. Very fair. We're not so different, you and I. Mm-hmm. Mistrust from Lynn's people towards the CU. Gotcha. Arachnar says, indeed, I read it probably very differently than you did. To me, it was almost comical how the point of view character was suspicious, without a clear picture of what the unity even was. To me, the thing that shines most is the suspicion, but it seems like the point of view character is a bit too sure of his own ideas, while making a lot of assumptions over, well, not really much, besides their own feelings over the idea of something they don't really understand. The story I talked about with Octavia Butler is the trilogy of Lilith's Brood. Gotcha. So that's wild. That is a totally like opposite thing where I was like, be more suspicious, and you were like, that's weird. You're being suspicious. Oh, and I mean, like, that is fair, like, especially with what I said of, instead of being polite and being like, oh, you've been great neighbors, but, no, thank you. It seems like, no, and also, no. That is fair, that it is like, hey, you haven't even heard about us, you know, why are you suspicious? Like, let me actually tell you what we're about. Like, that is fair, and especially if, like, potentially they're on a world where Star Trek doesn't exist, you know, where they never heard of the Borg and all the stories that I've read where the hive mind is a problem, then yeah, like they are kind of judging real fast. Yeah, join us, we have cookies. I was thinking specifically of his form being so handsome and all. Ooh, yes, good point as well. That was something that seemed extra suspicious to me as well, that it's like, okay, he looks human, I have chosen, you know, this form for your pleasure, and also he's a handsome human, you know, he's attractive, and it seems like everything is primed to make the main character be like, yes, this is a great idea, as opposed to, like, that being genuine, and we have now established he's just a human, and so he just got lucky and was graced with good looks. So yeah. Hello, Reincarnator. Welcome back. Our suspicions are a reflection of ourselves more than who others are. That is true. Indeed. Well, thank you so much for submitting, Arith. It's a great story. Okie dokie. Well, I haven't written anything down, so if you guys have any questions, let me know. I could do the question from last week, which I didn't write that down either, but I believe it was how do you write about real life events tactfully, or real life things tactfully? There's another thing I was thinking about, but I wasn't sure how to make it a question, so maybe I can talk about it while you guys are potentially typing your own questions. You're welcome, Arith. But let's see. So there was somebody on the writing Reddit who asked, I want to write a book that has to do with suicide. And they were like, is it you know, okay to write about that? And that the title was just like, is it okay to write about that topic? Is it ethical? And you know, I see that title and I'm like, of course, like, that's totally fine to write about. And then I read the post, and the post was saying, I want the story to end that way. And then they were like, I want it to be clear that this is not the right answer, even if the character thinks it is. And I was like, well, that calls into question, because the thing is that that, like, when you have that event happen at the beginning or the middle of a book, then you can show, here's the aftermath, here's the effect on the loved ones, here's why it's not the right answer. But if you end it that way, if you have the main character, the viewpoint character, do it, and you have them thinking it's the right answer, whew, now that's more difficult. That's a lot more difficult in figuring out how to, it's a lot more difficult in figuring out how to convey to your reader, hey, this isn't the right answer. Because I totally, unfortunately, could see somebody reading a book like that and being like, it was the right answer for this character, so maybe it's the right answer for me. And so I just thought that was kind of interesting, thinking about how, like, this topic is not unethical to write about at all. You can totally do that. But those two aspects of that topic made me go, you gotta be really good at this. you need to pour every effort into making sure it is clear this is not the right answer, and stuff like that. And so, like, I wanted to form a question about about that and about topics like that, like pick something more general than just suicide, but I can't figure out how to make that into a question. So if you have an idea of how I could make that sort of thing into a question for us to discuss, go ahead. But when I saw that post, I was like, I feel like I want to discuss that with people, but I don't know how to do that in, like, a general way. Arith says, real life issues and talking about them is a good idea, especially priming us for Kansas's story coming up. Very true. Martin says, I wouldn't think an ending of a story implies something being the right answer for those who went through the journey. No. It wasn't that it was the ending that did it. They specifically said in their post that the main character thinks it's the right answer. That was my concern. That if you're inside this character's head and this character is like, I think this is the right answer, and then that's how the story ends. That was the issue. Tragedies are there to show how endings can be a closure, but a terrible one. I mean, to me, there is a different thing when it's suicide, because your readers can pick up that book and do that. And that's very different from, and, like, granted, maybe there's a sense in which, like, any topic that could be true, but I think it's called, like, suicide contagion. Like, that topic specifically, like, a book can lead somebody to do that. And I think this is a great topic to write about, but you, of course, have to be careful. And of course, like, you can write this kind of story. You can write that story and have it work, but you have to be really careful when you're like, oh yeah, this was totally the right answer for this character. It's like, yeah, people are probably going to read that and think it's the right answer for them. As opposed to, like, oh, if this book showed it clearly was not the right answer and left devastation in its wake, well, then your readers are much less likely to walk away from that going, of course they still could, but your readers are much less likely to walk away from that and go, oh, this will be the right answer for me. It might give them more of a pause, Yeah, so, like, the controversies around 13 Reasons. I haven't seen or read Werther. Arith says, perhaps, how do we approach writing about difficult issues like suicide and not making the ending attractive and emphasize it as not a good answer in our lives? Could be good. Maybe I could ask both, because they are quite similar. Hello? So, what was the first one? How we write about issues tactfully. Is that how you spell that? How do we write about real issues tactfully? Especially if we have not experienced those issues ourselves. Would that be, I guess. And then for specificity, how do we approach writing about difficult issues like suicide without making that ending attractive while emphasizing it as not a good answer in our lives. So you can decide to answer one or both of these questions. I know that, like, both of these could be hot button, is that how you say it? Hot button? Hot button issues that you can feel free to, refrain from answering if you so decide. And I probably will try and I will probably try and look at the answers before I read them, just to make sure we're not going too far with this. What was the other thing I was going to say? Oh yeah, so to explain a little more of the first question. So I thought of the answer that question for the Brazil stream last week, and so the reason I was thinking about that is because it was about actual real life events, and some of us wanted to write about real life events, or if not the event, write about actual Brazilian culture. And a lot of us aren't Brazilian and haven't experienced these things, and so that question kind of came to mind in that week, which is like, how do I write about this issue with tact when I'm not there? I want to write about it. I want to bring awareness to it, and I want to do it well, but how do I do that well? How do I, treat it with tact when I was not a part of that? Hello, Fiona27118. I think that since I've already written it down, I think we have decided on a question, but I appreciate the question offer. All right, so yeah, so I will go for my break and come back in a little bit. Oop, not that one. Turn off the camera. There we go. Oh, I stopped it like a little bit too early. Yeah, okay, hello. Okie dokie. I have skimmed through the answers. So let's see. Let's start with Arith here. Well, research would be critical if you're writing about something we have no experience in. As to the suicide issue, I can draw on personal experiences, so that might help. When in the depressed state, it creates an illusion of emotional experience. One might feel an extreme panic, like you need to get out of the room, except the room is life itself. Or sorrow is so overwhelming, death seems a welcoming comfort to the emptiness of life. Battling that, for me at least, was about realizing life itself is a choice, and that choice itself and choosing to live is empowerment. Life means you can affect the world. You can take back control from the illusion of sorrow and fear. Death means you no longer can change the world around you, at least directly, I mean. I would encourage the realization that life is empowerment over what is a temporary emotional illusion you suffer. That is how I would like to write about the issue of suicide. Thank you very much for sharing your personal experience, Arith. I appreciate that. And thank you for the cheer, Ghoulish. I fell asleep just before the stream started. I'm here now, though. Welcome to the land of the awake. And thank you for the nice beefy cheer that apparently has unlocked 2 stories for us. So decoys has been unlocked. That is lovely. But yes, that is fair. From what I've seen, most of the answers have been research, which is true and fair. That if you have not had the experience, then research people who have had the experience. I feel like remind me next week if I forget. I feel like I should ask, how do you do research, or how do you make research fun? Because I have a lot of struggles researching, especially because, well, how detailed do I want to go? Basically, multiple times, there's something that I will want to research, and I'll be like, okay, internet, give me something to work with. And the internet will be like, here are answers around the topic, but not actually answering the topic, that kind of thing. I guess I won't go too far into this example, but just one example is I have multiple characters who are amputees, and I want to know about the real life experiences of amputees, but when I try to phrase different questions regarding that, it's just oh, are you a doctor? Would you like to know how to dress the wound? And I'm like, no, I want to know the experience, that kind of thing. So remind me to ask a question about how to do good research next week. But yeah, so that's fair. So we can't get, unless aside from people who have attempted and have survived, I suppose, that we can't get the experiences of people who have actually gone through that. No matter how much we research, we can't know what's on the other side. But we can draw on the experience of people who have attempted and survived, and we can draw on the experience of ourselves when that is perhaps thoughts we have had, or something that we have wanted to do, or even a step back from that in simply, being depressed and stuff like that, and what that creates inside of you, and how to approach that. That is fair. I think that's interesting how you talk about it creates the illusion of emotional experience. So are you talking about with panic attacks and stuff like that? You feel like you're doomed, but you're not actually doomed. That kind of thing. I don't remember where I heard this, but I have heard that the story of how people who, they interviewed a bunch of people who have attempted and survived, and all of them came back and said, in the middle, I think it was something about a specific bridge, that people who have jumped off this bridge but still survived, I think. Like I said, I don't remember what it's from, but that as they were falling, pretty much all of them came to the realization that every issue that they had that they thought was so big that, you know, they would rather be dead over. In the midst of the fall, they realized that every single issue was fixable. And that's something that has always stuck with me. That it wasn't so much like them realizing life is worth living or anything like that. It's just that realization of, oh, these things could be fixed. These things could get better. And so I think there is something of that in what you are describing as well. That it's creating this illusion of panic and stuff like that, but it's not real. It can be fixed. You aren't doomed. And then I like that idea about choosing to live, and affecting the world. That is powerful. And I like that idea of take back your life from the illusion. Yeah, and like the temporary thing that the illusion is temporary, but but death is not, kind of thing. What was the other thing I was gonna say? There's a song that, it's been a while since I've heard it, but a song I like, called "Toxic Thoughts." I believe it's by Faith Marie, I want to say. And there are some lines I really like from that song, but one of the lines I particularly like is at the end, where it says, "Everything is temporary. You and I are temporary," and that kind of thing. And I like that idea of, because there's like that myth of the king who had a ring inscribed with the word, "This too shall pass." But I kind of like the phrasing of "everything is temporary" better. And then it goes back to that idea of, that everything is fixable, right? These problems are temporary, but death isn't. Kansas says, simple answer, research, and feedback. Many from people who have gone to that place and come back. Find out different things and reasons that made them step away from the edge and apply that to the story. Also, paying attention to how you feel after writing it. If you feel drained and depressed after writing it, chances are the reader will feel the same. Ooh, I like that. That's interesting. I do feel like that's not a 100% accurate fix, because I do think there are plenty of times when writers are like, "Yes, torture the child," and then and then the readers are like, "Don't torture the child." You know, child in this case being the character, not an actual child. But like, this is my baby, this is my character, I love them very dearly. Let's put them through the most horrible experiences ever. That sounds like a great time. I think sometimes we writers are like that, and we don't actually feel the impact of our own writing and stuff like that. But however, with that caveat out of the way, I do think that is a great idea that I don't see mentioned a lot. That, yeah, do you walk away from writing this scene going, I feel kind of crappy? That's probably how your readers are going to feel too. And if that's not what you want to go for, then maybe tweak something. I think this is just talking about the research thing. Oh, that'll be a nice topic to go through. Sometimes the research is more interesting than anything I'd like to do with it, but I might not be very representative of the experience of research. My tastes are strange. I mean, I'm sure you will bring a very interesting perspective. It could be the Golden Gate. Like I said, I don't remember. It is just a vague memory of this story that, that idea, that word, fixable, really stuck with me, but the details didn't. Or says, yes, like the panic attack example, it's not real, but it feels real. So it's kind of an emotional illusion. That is a neat way to describe it. Yeah, Norman says, we suffer more in the mind than in reality. Ooh, that is a cool quote. The problem is trying to see beyond the ruminations of our own mind. Exactly, for sure. Interesting. Rico says, that reminds me of an episode of the show Millennium where these demons are sharing stories about how they tortured humans or drove them to damnation or whatever. And one was talking about how he'd drive them to suicide. And they would almost universally find joy in life the moment before it ended. And that was why it was his favorite method. I saw the episode once when I was like 15. That's interesting after last week's conversation about the screw tape letters, because that sounds like a very similar sort of thing. But yeah, like exactly that is what it sounds like from what little I have read about this, which is pretty terrifying and sad. It also makes me think of one of my favorite aspects of the world building of Black Butler. This is maybe a spoiler. It only comes up like in the middle. Well, I don't have the physical books, so I don't know if it's middle, earlier, or later. But not quite at the beginning. But anyways, in that manga, they have Grim Reapers. So, like, one of the main characters is a demon. He is the Black Butler. But they're Grim Reapers who reap people's souls. That when somebody dies, they basically collect the soul and register it and look through their lives and then, go back to their boss or whatever. And we learn that they are all people who committed suicide. And so they are forced to watch people who wanted to live. They're forced to watch the reel of the lives of people who wanted to live, which I always thought was a really poignant idea. Okay, let's go over here to the stream chat. Arachnar says, I need to be very careful in answering that one. My own take on this issue might be very polemical. So I'll start by pointing out that the first element to take in consideration for where and for which we are writing. There are spaces and audiences that make some topics an even more careful or problematic subject, and that needs to be taken into account. As most things go, I'd say researching a topic is always mandatory when writing about it, and that includes the effects of other media representations of said topic. Ooh, that's a great idea. Yeah, that not just researching the topic itself and how people, within the thick of it would think of it, but also, what happens when a writer writes about this topic? Especially something that could be contagious, in the public sphere. Researching, what happens. That's a great idea. Even when we have direct experience with some topic, I'd say research is mandatory. We might have a facet of experience, but any interesting topic has multiple ways of being approached and experienced. So any experience is, by definition, limited, and making a monolith out of any subject is already a very dangerous way of approaching it. That is a great point. And as I said before, I just sprayed water everywhere. So as I said, like, I'm really bad at research, and so I think I struggle with this topic of going with my own experience. But you are completely right that, yeah, like, even if you have experience, your experience isn't the same as somebody else's. And so learning, okay, maybe this is how I dealt with it, but how does somebody else deal with it is really important in getting the breadth of the topic, especially when it's something like this. I've dealt with some very heavy topics in the past, in life and in writing, and I've written from the perspective of some of them for some prompts. But there are topics I refrain from writing here, not because I think the topic is forbidden, but it is not proper for this specific space in this community. Some texts require preparation, additional informative texts to be properly digested, as well as a careful choice of format. Also, it is important to notice that what is a heavy topic might not be a heavy topic for everyone, just as much as a light topic might be something someone just can't deal with. Taking, for example, the topic of suicide. I usually have no problem with stories dealing with actual suicide, but I take a lot of issue in many approaches that try to do the right thing and dissuade others from going that route, and fall into a very dangerous posture of making an argument for life supremacy regardless of how said life is lived. Interesting. So you're saying you're kind of the opposite of what I was saying, that you would be fine with the story ending that way and seeming like it's the right answer, but you're not really okay with the dissuasion. Is that what you're saying? I would be curious to hear more about that. But yeah, that is a good point, and not something we talk about a lot. That, yeah, like, there are some topics that 350 words and this particular group of people and myself as the reader of the stories, that maybe wouldn't be the best to try to discuss, try to write about, so that, and some topics will need a novel or need a longer story than 350 words to do them properly. And in some cases, sure, maybe it would be better to just refrain from writing it, as opposed to trying to condense it and then doing something dangerous in that. But yes. So Massa says, as for how to write an issue tactfully, and you have not necessarily experienced it yourself, I'm going to fall back on research. This one might be difficult, but there are going to people out there that have gone through that experience, or something close enough, that you might get a sense of what those people went through emotionally. I would say the best way to handle it tactfully is to humanize it, at least as much as you wish to draw attention to the event. Obviously, if something is going to be mentioned offhand, the details aren't mentioned, but that likely isn't what we're going for here. Don't get overly voyeuristic about the look into how the character is feeling about this, but still giving a sense of how this personal tragedy is affecting them emotionally, even physically. I don't know idea if I'm making sense, but that's what I'm going for. I think you are. Yeah, I especially like your point about don't get voyeuristic about it, which as far as I remember, that's kind of like a peeping Tom sort of situation, where it's like, ooh, yeah, like, snap the pictures, or like a paparazzi thing, or it's like, ooh, fascinating, that kind of thing. That is a great point, that if you're looking at this kind of issue as like fascinating picture, then yeah, that's probably not going to go so well. But if you humanize it and then show this is about real people and real experiences, then that's something that can be really good. I tried, and I don't know if I want to go into that, but I absolutely tried to go to Reddit, and I got cussed out. Which was not a good experience. Yes, you are in the encores, Decoy. Interesting. Huh. Wow. Since we're on the topic, the UK switched from highly toxic coal gas to North Sea gas and better regulated pharmaceuticals. The suicide rate dropped by 30%. Okay, so Arachner says, I've read good stories that deal with characters being dissuaded from attempting suicide, and good stories in which someone actually committed suicide. But I've also read some terrible and frankly dangerous stories in which some attempts at dissuading a suicidal character is made in some very problematic and uncritical ways. And those last ones are the ones I take issue with and see as detrimental for the unprepared reader. Gotcha. Okay, that makes more sense. That it's not that you're saying you're against, like, dissuading inside of fiction. It's more, there are ways that you can try to dissuade the character, and by extension the reader, through fiction, which can be a problem. And I would agree with that for sure. Norman says, knowing my own capacity for catastrophizing everything, it would not surprise me at all that suicide survivors regret attempting the moment they jump. Years ago, when I got on antidepressants for the first time, I became very hopeful. I was making progress with my mental health for the first time. Then at some point, I convinced myself I was fixed and stopped taking the meds. My mentality quickly did a complete 180. Nothing else changed in my life. My circumstances were the exact same. Yet my perspective went from everything is great to everything is hopeless. It's frightening how much of the problem is in our ability to see or feel hope, even if hope is actually not if hope is actually there. The that is really interesting, and again, kind of terrifying. But I am glad that the meds help. I'm glad that there's something that can help, but that is pretty wild how, quite simply, like, a difference in the chemicals in our brains can go from everything's great to everything is hopeless. Yeah, that's, Arachner says, tragedy tourism and tragedy porn are a thing for a reason. Yeah. We become fascinated by tragedies. What was it? Did I save it? There was like another Reddit post that was kind of talking about this, a similar topic. But I don't know if I would have hit save on that one. Man, I forget the stuff that I save. It's just cool pictures. But it looks like I didn't. But there was like somebody talking about. I have not seen Black Mirror, but they were talking about the episode of Black Mirror where, there's like somebody who is like filming like a documentary about serial killers and stuff like that, and it's very much about that they're being like voyeuristic and stuff like that, and then the twist at the end is that their mom was actually the serial killer, and so they get killed and they become part of the cycle, and now their life and death is put on display just in the way that they put on display everybody else's lives and stuff like that. And so this feels very related to that to me, that yeah, it's all fun and games until it happens to you, kind of thing. That, you know, we're fascinated by tragedies, but you have to be careful about that when you are writing about it or even making a documentary and stuff like that. Kansas. Kansas says, I'm frankly terrified to take antidepressants because at this point pain feels like a part of me. Has been since I was 9. I'm worried it would take away my spicy sense of humor. Well, I am very sad to hear that it has been a part of you since you were 9, but also that feels very relatable. It always makes me think of the Evanescence song "Lithium" that is about how lithium is a medication for bipolar disorder, and so the singer is like, I don't know how I'm gonna feel. I think it's more about, it's been a while since I listened to it, but I think it's more about, I don't know how I'm going to feel off it, but it's that idea of, am I going to be a different person on this versus off this? Destin says, that reminds me, one of the more thought-provoking sections in Voices from Chernobyl was when an interviewee stopped comparing her, and by proxy the reader, to voyeurs by inquiring about someone else's tragedy, refusing to speak more afterwards. Interesting, yeah. The more I unpack my emotional baggage, the more I come to understand how not normal my version of normal has been. I mean, that is the thing, right? That is totally, because, like, I'm always reminded of how when Dan from Game Grumps, in the episode of Wind Waker, where he talks about having OCD, and then how he, like, got diagnosed and stuff like that, and then Aaron was like, you know, so how did that feel when you learned you had this? Did you feel like you were crazy? And he was like, no, I felt like I'm not crazy. It's this thing inside me. And that's exactly how I felt too, where it's like thinking that you're normal and thinking, oh, this is what life is like, this is how everybody feels, is so much worse than going, oh, wait, there's something wrong with me, and maybe that can be fixed. And of course, different like disorders and feelings are going to react differently. But at least for OCD and stuff like that, that was my experience, where it's like, oh, this is not a normal way to think. It's okay to not be okay thinking these things, and we can figure out a way to approach this. And there's also like this element of, it's not me, it's the OCD, right? It helps to separate and go, oh, hey, this isn't just you as a human and who you are. It is this gross thing inside you that is pestering you. It's helpful as well. Era says, as someone on antidepressants, it makes me feel balanced, not changed. It wouldn't take away your sense of humor. It just makes you feel less pain. The pain still exists in your life. Interesting. That's good to know. Norman says, exactly. The mistake we make is thinking it will take away a part of us, which is ludicrous when we realize that mental health problems take away agency from a person. Meds, when they work, give you back control. That is great to know, and I don't know how I haven't heard that more. But that is a great point. It also reminds me, I watched Jaden Animation's video about having ADHD, and she basically describes that with Adderall, that she was like afraid it's going to change her, and then it just allowed her to do her work properly. But anyways, this has been a great thought-provoking discussion. Let us go on to a great thought-provoking story. Yeah. Yeah, that's fair. Well, interesting. Kansas says that is how I feel about my ADHD meds. I don't know why antidepressants feel different. Very curious. But putting on the timer. A Metal Heart is No Way to Live by Kansas Wanderlust. Trigger warning, mention of self-harm. It's strange to think how things change. I mean, once upon a time, I was rolling my eyes at all the other little girls with their crushes and boyfriends. I think one girl even called me, what was it? Ah, yes, a cold-hearted bitch. Not the most creative thing, but what more should I expect from a 13-year-old? She was wrong, of course. Cold hearts can melt. Mine was one of metal. Fast forward about 7 years, and to the surprise of myself and everyone around me, I'd found someone who turned my metal heart back into one of flesh. Ironic that the one who taught me a metal heart is no way to live would end up relying on a literal metal heart. Even more ironic, or tragic, I suppose is a better word, that his heart of flesh would be the cause of his death. The moment I found out he had cancer was the first strike to my newly healed heart. He told me over the phone to bridge the 1,254-mile gap between us. My mother and I had never been particularly close, but in that moment I held on to her. She was the only thing tethering me to this world. I moved in with him 2 weeks later. Another week went by, and it was the first day of chemotherapy. That same night, we were married in our pajamas on the back porch of his parents' house. As the months went on, my heart took more and more damage, as the cancer consumed more and more of his. They removed the tumor surgically, but it was bigger than they thought. Afterwards, his heart was run by metal and machines. They said he'd get better, that what remained of his heart would probably repair, but he and I both knew it wouldn't. Because a metal heart is no way to live. It's been years since I promised him I'd keep my heart of flesh. But maybe, if I kept my metal heart, I wouldn't be carving a steel blade into my flesh tonight. Throw up those moths and monsters. Cheer for this story if you loved it, if it touched you, if it made you cry, whatever it made you feel. A sec. Huh, interesting. Mega says, I was on something for a while, then I forgot them when I went on a week-long trip, and that week ended up being one of my most productive and just felt good, so I didn't want to start taking them again. I frequently wonder if that was actually a mistake. That is curious. Ghoulish says, I'm doing the math and we're 500 bits short of Encore 2. So Death's said yes, Ghoulish said, Death's said we've unlocked it, you've saying no. So Mako, can you be our tiebreaker? do your own calculations and tell me if it's unlocked. Thank you for the cheers, Magistrate Ironlung and Norman Gray. So that's 300 more. So if we get 200 more, it will no longer be a question. Let's see. So I'm gonna start by actually reading the note by Kansas. I wrote this in first person because I felt it was the best way to portray the emotion I felt in this piece. First person is not my normal writing style and definitely nothing based in reality. It was also difficult to write emotionally. So I know it's not my best work, but I really wanted to push myself this week. I would love some advice on what I could have done better, specifically regarding the first person narrative. This is a fictional version of what my last year was like. Certain things are altered. The biggest one being my husband had bone cancer and he didn't die. But it very much captures how I was feeling during the entire ordeal. I didn't know if he would live. Things like the night we got married, the moment I found out about the cancer, my mom and I are close but rarely hug. The way I was perceived when I was younger and the tumor being larger than expected are all accurate. The end captures a little bit of my struggle after my friend Naomi was killed. That triggered months of self-harming behaviors that I still struggle with. I'd met my husband a few months before she was killed, so I didn't have my metal heart to shield me from the hurt of losing Naomi. So I always thank people, for submitting, or at least I always try to, but I want to especially thank you for sharing this, because I know that it couldn't have been easy to write and to share, and I do recall that you had said in the writing group chat that you were struggling with a story and you were like, I don't know if I should continue this. And so I feel very grateful that you continued it, that you posted it, and that you allowed me to read it. At least I hope that was okay. You did not put a do not read tag on it, so I assumed it was all right. And so I am very grateful that you were willing to have me read it here on the stream. Well, we you weren't here to correct us when we were there, but yeah, we did count that subscription. But anyways, what I was gonna say, so there's sometimes when I feel like, I like. Way back when I first started doing this, there would occasionally be a time where I wouldn't practice the stories, or it wouldn't be intentional. It would be something would happen, and now I find it mandatory. But this is the kind of story where I almost feel like my first reading of this story was the best, because I was holding back tears the entire time I read it. And I actually think that it was my best reading of it. But hopefully this reading was still impactful. It was still captured at least some of the emotion of the piece. But I was very impacted by this piece. And I think you, however unintentionally, gave me a build-up for this piece, because I've been hearing about these real-life events from you for multiple real-life weeks, and so actually getting to read a story based on it felt very emotional and, in a way, very satisfying. And so I was, I don't know, it just made it even better for me. I am curious, for those who haven't, maybe haven't been on the streams, or didn't read, Kansas's note before I read it. Were there any immediate thoughts you had before knowing that this was real, that knowing it is real, at least partially, altered your view of the story? But yeah, let's just begin. So I absolutely love your image of the metal heart. I think that was such a great way to use this prompt. It's so, it works really well for the prompt. It is really poignant, and yeah, it just works very well. So the first thing to discuss critique-wise is interesting, because it's not a critique I personally had, and if I had not been informed of it, I might not be saying it. But multiple people did have this critique, so I do think I should say it. And I can see the issue, which we'll talk about it, which is that cold hearts can melt. Mine was one of metal. And then it says, I found someone who turned my metal heart back into one of flesh. So what makes a cold heart melting different from a metal heart becoming flesh? So I think that it wasn't an issue for me because my mind filled in my own gaps, which is that the way I conceptualized it, as I was thinking, a cold heart can melt. Like a cold heart doesn't change form. Like it's been frozen over. Oh, I guess water does change form, but you know, it's still the same heart, I guess would be the point. That it's the same heart and it can go from being frozen to melting. But a metal heart and a flesh heart, it has to completely transform. It has to completely become a different thing. And so to me, that did read as something different from melting, that it is a transformation. It is from going from one thing to being an entirely different thing. However, I do understand the critique of the piece, and I do think that it would be helpful to clarify the difference between cold heart and metal heart at the beginning. And show, okay, like metal is cold, you know, if metal can be turned back into flesh, you know, what is the difference between a cold heart and a metal heart? Nonetheless, as I said, I really liked it. I really liked this beginning. This beginning was so grabbing and poignant to me. I really like, I especially like the, what was it again? Yeah, a cold-hearted bitch. Not super creative, but what can you expect? Really like that especially knowing that that's actually was real makes it very, I don't know, poignant. I was really engaged from moment one, and I wish I could describe better what makes it work, but it just really works for me. And I do really like that comparison of, she was wrong, of course, and instead of it being like, no, I'm a nice, you know, I'm not a cold-hearted bitch. I don't have a cold heart. I have a good flesh heart, and I'm not a bitch kind of thing. It's more like, she was wrong. Oh, I was way worse. I was way worse than what she thought, which I think is a fun, you know, little twist. Assuming that you were meaning like, metal is worse, metal is stronger, you know, than metal is harder to break than cold. I guess that's part of the other reason it worked for me as well, that it I guess it wasn't saying to me that that it's unmeltable, it's unfixable, more like, oh, like a cold heart can melt, like you put a fire next to it and it melts. Metal is going to be a lot harder to break through. It's going to be a lot harder to melt. It's going to have a much higher melting point kind of thing. And so I guess that's how I saw it, is saying like, that it's just saying it's worse, basically, is how I was reading it. But anyway, so love the opening, really engaging. Great way, like, to introduce, like, you know, crushes and boyfriends and stuff, because you could have just told the story of like, oh hey, here's how I met my husband. That would have totally worked. But starting with, I would like laugh at the gals, you know, who are fawning over guys and look at me now, I found a guy. I think that's a great way to open, and it makes the story feel very real, and like we are indeed talking about the real life of a real person. And then I love this metaphor that we are going to use throughout the piece that is also partially not going to be metaphor. Okay, so I do think that this line here, of course, I love the idea behind it. As I said, I love the going from like dumb little girls, you know, fawning after guys, and then being like, surprisingly, I found a guy, and he turned my heart back into one of flesh. So I do really like that, but I do think that this line is probably the part that I have the biggest critique for. I've already talked about metal heart back into flesh seems like a melting, and so maybe if you were able to use a word like transformed my metal heart into one of flesh, I do think that would have helped set up more of a difference from melting. But the other thing is that I very much was thinking, like when you say, I found someone who turned my metal heart back into flesh, for me, like, I would conceptualize turning a metal heart back into flesh is going to take time. And so it's not something that it's like, I meet this person and now my heart is flesh again. And maybe that is what you meant, but that isn't where my mind goes to. I'm thinking, oh, this takes time. And so I'm thinking, oh, okay, so either they are married at this point or they have been boyfriend-girlfriend for quite a long time. And so then, you know, when we get to the line of, he told me over the phone to bridge the 1,254 mile gap between us. Well, of course you can have a relationship online. You can even have a romance online. But it is not my default. when you're saying I found someone who'd turned my metal heart back into flesh, I don't default to, oh, this was online, over text, over phone. And so I was very shocked when it was like, oh, come see me. It's like, wait, I thought you were boyfriend and girlfriend. I thought you were in the same place, kind of thing. And so I do think that if there was something showing less of a progression of time here, like maybe you could just simply start with fast forward about 7 years, and to the surprise of myself and everyone around me, I'd found someone. And so that would convey, oh, I just met them. Like, we haven't had a relationship yet, but I found someone. And that is surprising because of what we saw here. And then, of course, it wouldn't lead as well into this. And so there would have to be a way to figure out how to include this and but still make it seem like, oh, we just met. So I'm not sure, but anyways, yeah. So, and then I really like how it already, the image and the prompt works really well as the metaphor of your heart being one of metal. Oh, I forgot to ask. Did anyone reading this story, especially those who did not know it was real, did you think that the story meant it was literal? That, oh, she literally had a metal heart? Definitely a question. But anyways, I liked that idea of going from, oh, my heart was metaphorically metal and it was turned back into one of flesh. His heart was literally flesh and he helped me. He metaphorically have a fleshly heart. But he had to have a literal metal heart. I very much like that image and think that works very well. I do feel like end up relying is maybe a little bit of a misleading phrase, because I think that, to me at least, it conveyed, that he lived, right? That he relied on it, and it sucks that he has to rely on this, but he lived. And so I'm not quite sure what phrasing you could go for, because it's kind of a complex idea where, yeah, he did rely on it for a bit, but he couldn't rely on it forever. Kind of thing. And so, but I definitely was thinking that, like, oh, he a metal heart was put inside him, not, he's hooked up to machines and he's not hooked up for long, kind of thing. How could you phrase that? Well, like, I'll talk about the next sentence, I guess, and then maybe that'll help. I do like the phrasing of even more ironic or tragic. I like that a lot, and I like the idea, again, going kind of the juxtaposition of the metaphor and the literalness that that his literal flesh heart is giving out and is having problems and ends up being the cause of his death. And he needs a literal metal heart to survive, just like you needed that metal heart to get through childhood, as it were. And however, I do feel like it ends up being, I don't know if, I feel like confusing is too strong of a word, but it seems to be saying, okay, it's ironic that the one who taught me that a metal heart is no way to live would end up relying on a literal metal heart. Even more ironic, or tragic, I suppose is the better word, is that his heart of flesh would be the cause of his death. Even more ironic doesn't quite seem to fit there. It seems like it would make more sense to me as, let's see here. So, ironic that the one who taught me a metal heart is no way to live would end up relying on a literal metal heart. That his heart of flesh would be the cause of his death. I think that would be a bit better. And maybe you could switch it. So let's listen to ironic that the one who taught me a metal heart is no way to live would end up being killed by his heart of flesh and would need to rely on a literal metal heart. Maybe it's a little bit awkward, but I do think that starting with, heart of flesh, then to heart of metal, I think would help, because it's kind of saying, oh, hey, here's the metal heart, and then kind of going backwards a bit to the flesh heart. And so I think going through the progression would work a little bit better, especially because, like I said, I don't really see how that's more ironic. It kind of seems like the same train of thought, if that makes sense. And then I really like this idea of, if you have a flesh heart, then it can be hurt. And it is interesting how you describe it as the first strike, and you have lived through it. But to me, I feel like it's more than just a first strike. It's a really big strike. It's that would be utterly devastating to me. I'm sure it was to you as well. I'm trying to think, how would I describe that? Maybe I would describe it as something like, just as my heart was becoming flesh again, it was struck down with the news that he had cancer, or something like that. Maybe not struck down, but some version of a really big blow. But nonetheless, I really like this this idea that when a metal heart is no way to live, but having a heart of flesh means that it can be hurt. And it's almost like, it's also the idea of when you love someone, then you can be hurt. There's often this idea, it's used a lot in Once Upon a Time and stuff like that, where love is a weakness, that often villains will tout that idea that the love is weakness, because if you have something that you care about, then that person or thing can be hurt or killed or destroyed, and in turn that will hurt or kill or destroy you. And so, and there's also the idea of maybe I already said this, but when you open up your heart to someone, then you are allowing them to be in relationship with you, and that can be a beautiful thing. But that also allows them to hurt you. That if you open up your chest and let people see your heart, then they have the chance to stab at it. Whereas if your heart remains metal, then nobody can hurt it, kind of thing. And so I like the I don't know if juxtaposition is the word, but the conflict of that, that sort of thing. I already talked about this. I also do feel like saying something more and of course this is real, and so this literally might have been what he said, but I think saying something like, he told me over the phone to come see him because he was dying, I think would be more powerful than, talking about the numbers and stuff like that, and might have been a little less jarring to me as well. I do like the mention of that your mother and you had never been close, but you held on to her like she was the only thing tethering you to this world. I think that is a really poignant image for sure, that there's this childlikeness to it, especially because you seemingly developed that metal heart in childhood, and once upon a time had this heart of flesh. And there's an ad.
What do you think? Oh, what do you think, kitty? What do you think, Fluffykins?
I don't know how well. Oh, there. Okay, that's a little bit better.
You're being quite good today. You're being good and sweet.
I think she's purring a little. Alright. Looks like you're back. I love the chin scritches. I'm glad to hear it. Yeah, so I think it's very, like, oh yeah, I was saying it goes back to the childhood thing where potentially, like, way back when you had that heart of flesh, then that might have been when you did, you know, cling to your mother. And so I like the childlike desperation of that. I think that's really cool. A little bit nitpicky. I do feel like going from, you know, okay, so the moment I found out he had cancer, the first strike to my newly healed heart, it's jarring news, but it's properly jarring. The transition works really well, and it's meant to be this bombshell. And then the next line of, he told me over the phone to bridge the 1,254 mile gap between us. I already talked about that. I ended up getting thrown for a loop for that part, so wasn't intentionally meant to be a little bit jarring, but ended up being so. And then my mother and I had never been particularly close. I think starting the sentence that way also does feel like you're starting a new topic sort of thing, and so I'm trying to figure out how you could phrase that would have more of a transition. Like I said, very nitpicky. I do think that it works personally, but let's see. I guess this wouldn't work as well for the idea, but you could say something like, I told my mother and held on to her like she was the only thing tethering me to this world. I think that would have a little bit more of a transition. But, what else could you do that still would keep it? I mean, it might not be accurate, but I guess maybe saying, I turned to my mother. She and I had never been particularly close. Maybe that would help? I'm not quite sure. Like I said, very nitpicky thing. Really not that much of a problem, but just something to potentially think about. And then this is kind of the same thing as this, that I definitely, when I got to this line, I was like, oh, okay, like they have been boyfriend and girlfriend for a while, so I'm kind of assuming that you have moved into together. And so a little bit confusing, but especially after, you know, rejiggering my brain, it does work a bit better. And I am kind of, I don't know, like fascinated about, because it sounds like, your experience is that, like I said, I don't really know what goes on here. I don't know if it was you had just met, or if you've been contacting online for a while or something like that. But I do find the story, especially knowing it's real, very, very poignant of this idea of like, yeah, you form this relationship online and you're like, you know what, this person is changing my life and is making my heart melt. And then you find this out and it's like, hey, like we need to meet. We need to actually meet in person. Like that is pretty powerful. And then, kind of speed running these things really does make sense, I don't know. I feel like I had better things to say about that, but I'm just like, speed running life, interesting. Yeah, one of my favorite images of the piece is this one, and it is especially one of my favorites knowing it actually happened. I'm really curious if you had one of his parents or your parents get one of those what is it called? But where you can get, why do I want to say degree? It's not a degree, but you are able to officiate a wedding, that you take some online course or something, and then you're able to officiate a wedding. I'm really curious if you had somebody that you knew do that, or if you called up the local priest to come to the house or something like that. But that is just such a cute image, and in some ways feels more powerful and emotionally impactful than the big wedding, with the big venue and the big dress and all the bigness, the intimacy of that, the we need to get married now, ness of that, I think it's so intimate and so poignant. And then I think that's very powerful of, kind of continuing this idea of his heart became less and less fleshly in a way, and maybe more and more metal is needed. And then for you, your heart became more and more fleshly, that you took more and more damage. I think that's very powerful. Oh, there's the timer. And then I like coming back to a metal heart is no way to live. That it's he taught me metaphorically that a metal heart is no way to live, but we both knew literally that is true as well. I think that's a really poignant way to do this sort of thing. There's this resignedness to this where it's this, even if you did live, it wouldn't be a good life to have to live that way. And so it's this terrible thing that you both know it's coming, because throughout your relationship you already learned this. I think that is such a powerful thing. And then I like this idea of I promised him I'd keep my heart of flesh, because that would absolutely be a reason to want to go back to the heart of metal. And I think it's really interesting. I have very mixed feelings about the ending, and I'm I feel like I'm gonna struggle to figure out how to even put my thoughts into words. Oh, is that you guys? Oh, that's amazing. Thank you so much for sharing. Yep, that was the wedding as a breezeway, not actual porch. Fair enough, but really beautiful. I mean, it actually kind of looks like a wedding venue might look. That is wonderful. But going back to the story, oh yeah, so I was saying I have mixed feelings about the ending. I don't know if I'll be able to phrase it well, but something that's really interesting about it is that there's this question of hope, I guess, at the end. And there is this hopelessness there of, that in this version of events he did die, and there is the self-harm as well. But I feel like what would make the end truly hopeless is if you said, I went back, to having that heart of metal. And so being this is really painful, but I am keeping my promise to him, I think adds this strange, dark hope to it in a way, that it's it's this terrible thing, but you are keeping that heart of flesh, because that heart of metal is no way to live. oh, why is that putting tears in my eyes? And then I really like the self-harm as a use of the prompt, and I wish that I wish that I'd known you could do that with this prompt, that I'd thought of that, because I would have used Victor for my second story instead. But I think that is a really unique way to take the prompt, that is a synthesis, and it like causes pain and hurt and stuff, but it is a synthesis. And so I think like you use the prompt in so many wonderful and creative ways, and I really applaud that. I can't remember, because I think you had said like you wanted to write about this regardless, if I remember correctly. But sometimes like that can be the case, where we're like, I want to write this story next week, and I will do it no matter what the prompt is. And so I don't know if that was the case or not. I don't remember. But regardless, like the point I was going to say is that sometimes when we do that, it can make the prompt feel shoehorned in, or make it feel like it doesn't really work. But if that was what happened, like, you went above and beyond with the prompt. You did an amazing job using the prompt. So I think that's a really creative way to use the prompt, and really poignant, knowing that is something real that you do struggle with. And stuff like that. But like I said, there's also like this this kind of hopelessness or unfinishedness to that it leaves the story with. And maybe that was your intent. I'm actually really curious to hear more about why you did decide to end the story there. I actually want to hear both about more about why you decided to actually have him die in the fictional version of events, and why you wanted to end there, because I feel like there is surely something poignant you were going for, but I feel like I wasn't quite able to get there or understand, other than knowing, like you said, what you said in your notes of, this is what I felt. And so in that sense, that's poignant in its own right, just being able to write how you felt, and that is, potentially helpful to you to be able to, express those emotions, even if they be, dark. This makes me want to, it makes me want to go back and find the conversation in the writing group chat, because I feel like that could be something useful. For people in general. I did find it. So would you guys be okay with me reading the conversation that we had about Kansas's story in the writing group chat? But while you're answering that, I think it's mostly Kansas and Death's Head who I'd be reading something from. But while you're doing that, let me actually answer your question, which is, you want some advice on how you could have done it better regarding a first-person narrative. Well, I think you did phenomenal at that. That is actually one of the things I love so much about the beginning, that I was like, this is how to do first-person, because there is so much character in, what was it that she called me? Cold-hearted bitch. Like, that, I don't know exactly how to describe it, but like, this feels like a real person, because it is a real person. But this feels like something that it's not just like a narrator narrating what's going on with no like subjective comments. Like, this is subjective. This is a character's voice. In this case, a real person's voice, and stuff like that. And so, personally, I thought it worked really well. Let me take a gander and see if there's anything that I thought could have been improved on that front. Nothing stuck out. Yeah, I don't see anything in particular that I had issue with. And something so I don't think this is just a thing that happens to me. When trying to write first person, that often people who are not used to it will feel like, oh, I'm saying I so much, like it feels like too much, and especially people who are used to it will probably be like, no, that's just normal, that's first person. But something that does, because I write in first person a lot, that does end up sticking out to me when I write it is if all my paragraphs are like, I did this, I did that, I did that. And so sometimes it's unavoidable, but I do try my best to try to avoid that. And so I do notice you didn't do that, right? It's strange to think. Fast forward about 7 years. Ironic that the one who taught me, the moment I found out, I moved in with him 2 weeks later. So it feels like there's variety in the perspective. It's not just, I did this, we did that, that kind of thing. But let's see. So Kansas says, yes, you can share the Discord conversation. Gotcha. And so says, it was something I wanted to include to express that part of my personal struggle. I wasn't sure if I liked it or not. I ended up keeping it because I don't like talking about my self-harm much, but I really did want to push myself that extra little bit. I also just like that it tied so well with the prompt. Oh, well, once again, I especially appreciate you sharing this story, especially knowing how difficult it was to share that. So I really appreciate you pushing yourself to do that. I think it is very, very poignant, and indeed something that should be talked about more. I mean, that is kind of the thing, like, that I didn't really talk about with the suicide conversation, that it's like, we should be talking about these things. We should be writing about these things, because these are real things that people go through that we should discuss. But they have to be handled tactfully and are difficult things that not everybody has experience with. And so because of that, sometimes people shy away entirely from it because it's like, I'm afraid I won't do it tactfully, so I won't do it at all, kind of thing. Okay, so Kansas said yes, but I haven't heard anything from Deathstead, so I think I'll just share Kansas's question, and then I'll share my response to it. But the question was, I started writing for the prompt, challenging myself to write from my life. It got a little dark and ventured into all the what-if scenarios I conjured up after finding out my husband had cancer. I don't know if I want to continue writing this and try writing again, or give up on the whole challenge and write some infomercial on zombies. Anyone have any advice? It's too bad that you weren't a supporter yet last week, because I'd love to, I would love to read the zombie story as well. I guess you still could post it. Like, once the stream is up, then it's fair game. You can post whatever you want. But so I said in response, I always say to write the idea to its completion. Then if it doesn't work, at least you gave it your best shot. We don't mind dark here. Check out Norman's story from last week. It was real and dark too, and it was wonderful for it. However, one of the only reasons I'd say you should scrap it now is if it hurts you to write it in a bad way. There's a way to write about real events that hurts but is a catharsis and helps process those emotions. There's another way to write about real events that hurts and re-traumatizes you and doesn't help process. If this is the former, please do write it. Even if you don't post it, it will help you. If it's the latter, you should move on. So I thought that was really interesting conversation, but one of the things I was thinking about as I wrote that is that I've talked about it before, that I've watched Psychology in Seattle, and I don't remember what episode it was in, but he told this story that really stuck with me about how he had this client who, she had been going to him as a therapist for a very long time, and they had a great relationship, and there was nothing nothing seemed strained. And she was always, on time and always there and everything. And, one day she came in and she was like, I think I'm ready to talk about like this big trauma that had happened in her life. And he was like, oh, okay, like let's hear it. And he said all the right things. He said all the comforting things and stuff like that. And she talked through it. And then she went home and she never came back. And this was fairly early into his career, and he was like, what happened? Like, I said everything I was supposed to say. I said everything I was taught to say. We had this great relationship. Why would she not come back? And he, after years of experience, hypothesizes that she re-traumatized herself, that she talked about too much at once. And so she re-traumatized herself in the process, and it made her not want to go back. And I thought that was really interesting because I'd never heard of that. And I can totally see that being the case, that when, dealing with this sort of thing and actually like talking about it and opening up your mind to remember that, then I can totally see how it would be perhaps a better thing to go in small chunks and go, okay, like let's begin talking about it today. All right, like we've talked about this aspect of it, let's stop there, and then we can come back tomorrow, that kind of thing. And so that's kind of the thing I was thinking about with that, that you could write, a story and that could happen to you, right? That you could be writing a story about these real things, going over these real things, and it could re-traumatize you and make things worse. Or you could write about these things and go over them and remember them, and it could be this catharsis. It could be helpful, which is, what therapy is supposed to do. That, well, partially, but which is what would be the good outcome of this conversation he had with his client, and that kind of thing. So I feel I wanted to bring that up because I think that could be something helpful to think about in anybody's writing. That if you want to write a real event, like, if this is something that's going to be a catharsis and good for you, even if you decide not to post it or not let anybody see it, then it is still a good thing for you, that you didn't get nothing out of it. And however, if it's going to make you re-traumatize you, make you feel so much worse, not be a catharsis, then definitely I would say refrain from writing it at that point. And in general, in writing, I definitely say you should always try and write a story to its completion. And different people write in different ways. But personally, I think it's the most helpful to write everything that you want to write about it. And that doesn't necessarily mean, well, I guess I'll talk about my process a little. I will just write like everything I want to write about this concept. And generally that tends to be somewhere from like 450 words to like 800 words, 850 words tends to be the sweet spot. And then I'll cut it down. And for me, like, I find that so much more helpful because I know everything I want it to say. And if I tried to just write the short version, 350 words, I feel like so much would end up being left out because I'm trying to tiptoe and be like, I'm doing too many words, as opposed to, okay, let's write it all and let's cut out the stuff that's not important. And what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, and I do write long versions of my stories, and those can be way longer. Those can be, like 3,000 words or 7,000 words or, that something like that. And so me saying write the idea to its completion isn't necessarily saying write a long version, write that. But I am saying feel like you've written what you need to write. You've written this, full cohesive idea, and then cut it down. So this is kind of a similar thing where it's like if once you're writing something, like the demons might kick in and be like, that's too dark for the writing group, or like, too long, or whatever. But I say always write it to completion, unless it is re-traumatizing you. Yeah, always write it to completion, and then you have something to work with. And even if you look at that and you're like, I don't want to do anything with this, at least you completed the idea. Because at least to me, going, oh, I don't know about this, I'm going to stop, is a different feeling from, I gave it my best shot, I tried, but you know what, I don't think I want to go any further, or I don't think I want to post this or whatever. That feels so much more satisfying. The latter feels so much more satisfying to me personally. And so definitely some unsolicited advice, I guess. But I guess maybe that's kind of this whole stream. Although I guess it kind of is solicited because you guys do post your stories for me to read them. Oh, I see in the stream chat, Kansas says that you both shaved your head like 4 days later. That is very sweet of you for like solidarity with him. Let's see here. Norman says, the brutal irony of trying to unpack trauma. I, for the life of me, haven't been able to make progress with therapists because some things just feel too daunting to approach. I also have massive trust issues. So it's like, I have a fear of asking for help. How do I get help for that? That's very fair. Though, I guess something I would say to that as someone who has gone to therapists and is currently in therapy, that you don't have to walk into the office and be like, here are all my traumas from my childhood, you know? Like, there's so many portrayals in, like, media of, like, you know, tell me about your relationship with your father, kind of thing. And it's like, no, you don't have to do that. Like, literally, when I walk into her room, she's like, so, how's it been going? And, like, she doesn't press me or anything. Like, I talk about whatever I want to talk about. I spent one session talking about Moriarty. Like, you can talk about whatever you want to talk about. And, like, and there are, like, big traumas in my life that I have not talked to her about because I don't feel ready. And so, you know, just, I don't know, my little encouragement or ad or whatever would be that it is completely up to you what you feel comfortable with. And I absolutely do not think you should just like walk in on day one and be like, here are all my traumas, let's go into all of them alphabetical order. You know, that's not going to help you. And as I just you know, as the example I just used from Psychology in Seattle, like, that's actually going to make things worse. That's not going to unpack and be a catharsis and help you move forward. That's just going to re-traumatize you and make it worse. That sort of thing. But I don't know about the trust issues part, though. That part feels like it would be more difficult to give advice on. Hold on. Aw, Kansas. Kansas says, I did that after my friend was killed. I got through it, and about a year and a half later, the man who killed her committed suicide. So they released all the details about the case. At this point, I didn't even know when she died. I watched the entire conference and couldn't cope and got myself drunk for the first time. I had to grieve for murder all over again. Oh, that is terrible, Kansas. And I feel like that's even worse than, like, just talking about it and making yourself, you know, feel worse. Like, that's getting new information, and that completely makes sense. Like, you are reliving the experience a second time, because first you just got the news, and the second time you got the details. Like, oh my gosh. Yeah, I'm sorry you had to go through that. Oh my gosh. It didn't help that I had to go to chemo with my husband the next morning. But I survived, and I now know being drunk sucks. Oh man. I'm so sorry, Kansas. Yeah, exactly. Kansas posts a picture of me walking into therapy day one, opens up the list, it falls to the floor. Yeah. Oh, for sure. But yes. Oh, and I was gonna say, let me go back to your notes. Yeah, so you said here, you were like, I know it's not my best work, but I wanted to push myself this week. It might be. Like, to be honest, like, this might be your favorite piece of mine. I don't know for sure. I'd probably have to, like, go through and look at all the pieces you've written, and maybe there's something that I like better, but I was like, you know what? It is in the running. Like, top 5 at least. This story was super impactful, super well written. Like, I think you did such an amazing job. And once again, thank you so much for being willing to share and push yourself. And I think you went above and beyond with the challenge, because our challenge was, write something that's not your forte. And I think you did that in many different ways. And I really applaud you for that. But yes, so we do have decoys unlocked now, correct? We've got that 500.
Kitty.
Also, my tummy is a rumbling, so apparently I did not have a big enough snack. So if you hear the rumblies, that is my tummy. This one says, I think so, yes. All right, good enough for me. Yee. All right, even better. I think so, yes, and yee. All right, let's go. Symphony of Destruction by The Real Decoy. I mastered Mozart at 6. Best Beethoven at 7. At a Handel and... Oh my goodness. I'm going to restart. Why am I tripping? Symphony of Destruction by The Real Decoy. I mastered Mozart at 6. Best Beethoven at 7. And had a handle on Handel by 8. My parents paraded me as a prodigy, a wunderkind of Wolfgangian proportions. I did not attend the local school, nor did I socialize with my uncultured cohort. I was an automaton, made to play the songs of people who had passed 6 centuries ago. But then it happened. The event. I will never forget the smell of leather and stale smoke as I sat in the back of a taxi, taking me to yet another recital. Mother had an exhibition to attend, when I heard the most wondrous sound. The driver was tuned into a radio station, broadcasting something from another world. I had never heard the like. A man aptly named after the messenger of the gods delivered unto me a parable of a poor boy from a poor family who wished to escape and regretted his existence. My 14-year-old brain was enraptured and drenched with dopamine. I demanded to know more, to understand this symphonic brilliance. Nothing else really mattered to me. I had the driver take me to a record shop. I purchased all that I could. My horizons and appetites were growing. I squirreled myself away in my study for weeks, feigning fever as I devoured A-sides, B-sides, bootlegs, and rarities. I fell in love with heavy metal, listening to Sabbath's Paranoid for days upon days. I renounced my piano, a dust-gathering relic of times long past. Mother tried the carrot and the stick to have me play it again, but neither the promises of affection nor the canings could make me unhear what had been heard. I acquired a new instrument to wield, one for this new dawn of music. The mini-moog cost an arm and a leg, but it was worth every sacrifice, every grueling moment to acquire the kit. I played raucous, brilliant melodies until my graceful, dancing fingers bled and joyous sweat dripped onto the keys. I became one with the machine, a synthesizer of metal and flesh. Throw up for those moths and monsters. Cheer for the story if you loved it. By the way, I don't think that Lee Strangely is here, but when I got to this part, I was like, why didn't Lee write another typewriter story for this prompt? So if you want to, like I said, it's free game to post afterwards. So if you want to write another typewriter story, Lee, go ahead. Okie dokie. Well, I thought that this story was fantastic. Very, very well done. Let's see. So, Decoy says, "Hey readers, this one was written purely for my own enjoyment. Any you happen to have experienced is a mistake and should be disregarded. I really thought I was going to write an AI-heavy story for this prompt. My brain got fixated on the last line and wouldn't let me leave it alone. I don't have much else to say on this one. It was fun to write, and after the last couple of weeks, that's what I needed. Hope everyone has a great week. And yes, Symphony of Destruction didn't come out until 1992. Not the nebulous 70s of the story, but shh. Nice. Aw, Decoy is here and says what a lovely reading. I am glad to hear that I did a good job. I was gonna say, oh yeah, I was gonna ask, is this real? Because you did say, I don't know if you were saying with this that it wasn't real, but this totally feels like something like that a real person, could have experienced. So, if this was fiction, like extra applause for writing something that seems like something you really experienced. But yeah, let's get to it. So, quick question: was this meant to be bested? I bested Beethoven. I wasn't quite sure if I should add that or not. It is fiction, nice. So yes, you get to receive the extra compliment. But anyways, I really love the alliteration in the first paragraph. I think that's great. It feels very musical. I love mastered Mozart, best Beethoven, and of course Handel on Handel is amazing. I love that so much. Oh, Kitty. Kitty wants to edit. Whoa. Kitty moved. Kitty moved the stories. Oh, by the way, I didn't say, if you want to unlock Palmathemus and or Spectre's stories, then make sure you cheer now. Anyway, so Handel on Handel. Is it Handel or Handel? I think it's Handel. But Handel on Handel. And then Parents Paraded Prodigy and Wunderkind of Wolfgangian. I think that is fantastic. Love that. Works really well for me. There is a little bit of a question of, Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart did compose the music. Also was deaf and composing the music. So I would say that, just being like, oh, I could play really good by 8 doesn't really make you a wunderkind of Wolfgangian proportions. However, that could still be what your parents thought of you. That could still be what the main character's parents thought of them. Kind of like from Shinny's story a few weeks ago, where it's like, yes, to my parents, I am the new Shakespeare, kind of thing, where it doesn't have to necessarily be true to work.
Baby. You want out?
But slight question there, but not that big a problem. Still love the alliteration and could just be what the parents thought. Come on, there you go. And then this part is kind of funny to me, where it's like, I didn't socialize with those plebeians who do not know about the piano. So that was kind of funny. I do really like the metal image of the automaton. I think there's kind of like two synthesis of flesh and metal things here, and one is like, I the fleshly human being, have become an automaton to my parents' will. And then at the end, it's, oh, I am still synthesized to metal, but now it's my choice. Now it's my synthesizer. I think that's really cool. Also, the story reminds me a lot of Your Lie in April, and so, like, I don't know, I like the images. It totally makes me think of how people would call Kosei the human metronome is very much like this. I really like the description of the smell. Smell is always a great underused sense, and so I can totally envision that really strongly. That is, that's not something I've thought about directly, but that could be something to think about. Like, when you want to describe a character, like, because I often say, like, oh, like, the visuals of what a character looks like doesn't really matter for these stories. It tends not to. What was I gonna say? But that could be interesting if you, instead of, you're like, okay, I want to describe this character, maybe you could pick a different sense than sight. That you could go for, they smelled like what is it that Geralt says that the Yennefer smells like lilac and gooseberries. Yeah, like they smelled like lilac and gooseberries. That kind of thing, like, could be less words and more evocative, because, like, I don't need to know what the taxi smells like to get the image of we're in a taxi, but it just makes the scene a little more, like, real and imaginable and stuff like that. It is curious that the mom doesn't even actually show up, that she's pushing, the main character so hard, but doesn't even show up to the recitals. And, I don't know how old the main character is by this point, but they might be, like a 9-year-old taking a taxi by themselves, which is another concern. But anyways, so I have both a lot of love and probably my biggest critique for this paragraph. So my love for this paragraph is for this. Because that immediately I was like, I know what song you're talking about. You're talking about Bohemian Rhapsody. And when I first read it, I had to, like, pause for a second to chuckle and then move on. But so that is such a great, because it can be really difficult to, like, make a reference like that and make it clear, hey guys, this is what I'm talking about. And so, like, if you had just kept it at all the rest of it, I would have been lost for what the song was. But this works so well, and it integrates perfectly in the story. That like, a poor boy from a poor family can seem like, genuine and kind of poetic in a way. And even if you don't get the reference, I think it would fit within the line. It wouldn't feel like I don't know, like if you said something like what would it be? Well, I can't think of an image, but, different image for the singer, and then delivered unto me a parable about how she kissed a girl and she liked it. That wouldn't really work. That would feel very awkward and very obvious. But in this case, like, yes, it is a line, and it does, from the song, and it does end up being obvious, but it's in a good way, and it doesn't, I think, take away or feel awkward inside of the context of the story itself. So that is fantastic. But I will say that I do think that before that, the description might get a little too poetic, especially the something from another world part, because when I read the story, and I'm, just continuing on, I was like, alien music? We hearing alien music today, boys? And I think what you were going for is, it's not classical music. That the other world is, like, not the world of classical music. And so I do like that, but I do think it's a little bit too, it's not quite clear enough, and so I think that can easily make it confusing. And the thing about this group is that this group loves its wacky, weird fantasy stuff, and so a realistic story is actually often less likely than a fantasy story. And so while a different reader in a different group might be immediately go, okay, this can't be alien music. So what does it mean that it's, something from another world? What's the metaphor here? And so because I'm in a group that loves, their fantasy and sci-fi and stuff, it is much more easy for me to be like, yes, alien music for sure, plausible, than to go, okay, what would this be in reality? So I do think that maybe a different image there would have worked a little bit better. And this might have just been me, but I wasn't the only one that it took a second for. And so I'll say it because of that. But I'm aptly named after the messenger of the gods, delivered me a parable. I was like, how is Queen a messenger of the gods? Like, queens don't tend to be, like, I guess they could be, but like they don't tend to be. And then it took my dad being like, Freddie Mercury. And I was like, oh. So I do think that did add to my confusion with the otherworld stuff, is that I didn't quite, it took me a bit to get the second part as well. But like I said, that is part of why I have such high praise for this, is that even not knowing not quite knowing what led up to it, I got it with that. That was the clue I needed. So yeah. I love this image, drenched with dopamine. That is such a great image. I really love my horizons and appetites were growing. That's great too. I squirreled myself away, like that whole section. I'm just like, that image is tasty. Oh, that image is tasty. That image is also tasty. That doesn't always happen to me. I'll often find like a particular image in a story that I'm like, this one, that's the tasty one. And so it can be kind of rare that I have that experience. So I really applaud you for using a bunch of really great images all in quick succession. I really love the cadence of, I scrolled myself away in my study for weeks, feigning fever as I devoured A-sides, B-sides, bootlegs, and rarities. I can feel the ramping up, like more. And it's cool that it goes from like, okay, I went to the record shop and I got it in the proper way. And I did the A side and then I flipped it over and I did the B side. Oh, and then I like, I got the bootlegs and the, from more nefarious means. And then like I got so obsessed with it that I needed to find the limited editions and the rarities and stuff like that. So the progression of that is so great. I'm a little torn on the next part because I do really like that, and I like, showing, yes, your horizons are broadening. They're broadening now to heavy metal, and Black Sabbath, very, very famous heavy metal band of the time. But I do think that the story is very poetic, and, what Bohemian Rhapsody was described in this super poetic way. And so I do feel like it's a little bit dissonant to go, like, from, yes, like, a man aptly named after the messenger of the gods delivered me a parable of a poor boy from a poor family, and go to, I listened to Sabbath's Paranoid for days upon days. The two things don't really seem to fit. And granted, listening to Bohemian Rhapsody was the religious experience, was like, I've seen God on the road to Damascus, kind of thing. But I do think that it would have been more in line, because like I said, it's not just that part. The whole story is very poetic and has really cool figurative language and stuff. And so I do think keeping in line with that and like having like, I don't know exactly how you would have described it, but I think you could have used like metaphors for Black Sabbath and Paranoid as well. Like I heard them, the something sing of, and then I haven't listened to the song Paranoid, but sing of this and this and this. What, instead of just saying the name of the song, you know what I mean? And then, it really shows like the passion, the super intense passion of the main character, knowing that like the the neither affection nor, you know, the beatings were enough to make me stop. Like, this is my life, this is who I am, this is what I'm passionate about. And so so nothing you do is going to stop me. Like, talking about you know, a story conveying an emotion, I think this story does that extremely well, and in showing that intense passion. It is very, very telling that it's like, yeah, you don't get any affection unless you play the piano. But does feel, excuse me, definitely does also remind me of Your Lie in April as well.
Yes. Yes, come here. Come here. Kitty boo.
Yeah, so I think that, you know, really conveys just how important this is. I do think that so this is one of those things that I might change based on who you are and what experiences you've had. But I had actually never heard of a mini moog myself, and so I do think for me personally as a reader, it would help to stick to a more general description, just saying synthesizer, maybe describing how it looks like a little bit more, I think would help. And this is one of those things of like, you know, if you were writing to a bunch of music fans, you would not need to do that, but because, you know, you're writing for the writing group, then you have to keep things a little more general, kind of thing. But we can. And then, again, it very much shows it very much shows just how passionate this person is, that it's like, even bleeding onto the keys, and I don't know if that's literal or not, but even bleeding onto the keys is a victory, because it's like, you know, I'm so passionate about this. I care about this so much that I even the blood that is spilt is a good thing, not a bad thing. And then, you know, I become one with the machine is great. I don't know how I feel about the last line. I think, I don't know if Decoy's heard me talk about this because you're somewhat new, which is that I'm a little picky about using the prompt inside the story. That there are some times when I feel it works, sometimes where I feel like it would improve the story to include the wording of the prompt, and other times where I feel like it takes away. And so the times when it takes away is like when I feel like the character wouldn't actually be saying that, and that it kind of feels like prompt, and so will kind of take me out of the story where it's like, you know, oh yeah, there's the prompt. I do feel like there's a little bit of that. So with this last line, that you know, I feel like ending with, I became one with the machine, or even like brilliant melodies until my graceful dancing fingers bled with joyous sweat dripped onto the keys. Like, I feel like either of those, I think, might have been a more poignant ending, because, you know, as I arrive at the last line, I'm kind of like, okay, yeah, there's the prompt, as opposed to, oh yeah, powerful last line, you know what I mean? Spill your blood upon the keyboard to summon the demon. Heavy metal riff follows. Amazing. All right, but let's see what folks have been saying.
He's so cute.
Maybe bested would work better, yes. I do have a love of music, though. Fair. Entirely fair. Don't know. Oh, about Wolfgang, I guess. Your Lie in April was definitely inspiration. Oh, that's awesome. So in that case, then I saw the inspiration for sure. I heard the most wondrous melody, but a baby shark. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Alien music would have been a real sharp turn. I mean, I guess that's the thing. Like, this writing group has polluted my mind where I'm like, no, not that sharp. Totally warranted. But that is fair too. Writing real world stories, a change for me. Nice. So you also took up the challenge. This story is a buffet. What are you talking about? This is how I felt at age 10, discovering Rage Against the Machine. Oh, I thought you were saying another line option. But yeah, that's totally fair. And agree, the Black Sabbath line is much clunkier there. I love the excitement. Okay, I've honestly never had a moment like that with music. Aw, I'm sorry to hear that. That honestly makes me think of another Jaden Animations video. You should totally watch her video about Hatsune Miku. It's like I think the ADHD one was the most recent one, and then it was the second most recent one. But she talks about that, and I'd be curious how you feel about that. But I'm sorry to hear that. For me, it was Rolling Stone Satisfaction. Nice. The reason I used the brand name is because I wanted to keep my use of the word synthesizer for the last line. Gotcha. I thought... Where'd it go? Oh, I guess you didn't. I was going to say I thought that you used synthesizer in here, but you did not. Okay. Gotcha. I'm surprised at that. Ghoulish says, I've never watched Your Lie in April, and Ghoulish is our resident, I think our biggest anime fan in the chat, though we have a lot of anime fans. But you absolutely should, but you should have a box of tissues on hand. Yes, it is good and sad. For sure. But yeah, there are things about that that show that have stuck with me for a very long time. I see Wolf was typing as I was reading the story and going, wait, that's Bohemian Rhapsody! Amazing. Moogs are so cool, so Wolf did know. And please do love the typewriter stories, yes. Thank you, and there's Symphony of Destruction. And then we have a cute cat Lego. Don't know what that's about, but it's nice. Oh, Mozart was not deaf. That was Beethoven. Okay, thank you for the clarification. Oh, nice. Wolf says, I'll also point out that Black Sabbath mention is great because the song Iron Man is on the Paranoid album, and that song is about a man who lives in the future where humanity is destroyed, then travels back in time to warn people. Unfortunately, he becomes a metal figure that can't speak and ends up being the destroyer of humanity. That's really interesting. Bootlegs are a big part of early heavy metal culture. There was and still is a big tape trading scene in the heavy metal scene, especially among underground bands and extreme metal subgenres. Gotcha. And there's a picture of Mini Moog. Nice. Fingers bleeding is very heavy metal, considering that's a thing that happened to guitarist Zakk Wylde. Oh, gotcha. Oh, really? Ghoulish says, I haven't watched anime in a long time. I didn't realize that. Iris says, I too am an anime fan, but also have not seen Your Lie in April. Well, y'all should. It's very good. Yes. So, great story, Decoy. This is probably one of my favorites by you as well. So thank you so much for submitting. It is now time to announce the prompt for next week. Get out those drum roll emojis. Do. Deedle-deedle-doo. Deedle-deedle-doo. Deedle-doo. Deedle-doo. Okay. So, haha. Ooh, that's nice. There's an ad? Oh, I didn't see that. Maybe I'll wait. Maybe you guys will be drum rolling as yep, there it is. Just drum roll throughout the ad. I do have a kitty, but she's right here. I don't know if I can show her. No, it doesn't seem like. Oh,
Kitty. Okay, baby.
Babe. Yep, that was like the exact wrong time. If I had seen it, I probably would have snoozed that one, but I did not see it. Now she's moved over there, so now I really can't show her.
You're so cute, Bella.
It was at 2 seconds when I noticed. That's fair. That is fair.
Oh, kitty. Kitty bitty boo.
Haha, I think you are back. All right. In third place with 18 votes is Silver Tongues and Golden Silence. I think that one got second place last time, so definitely a contender for sure. Our second place prompt with 20 votes is You Call That Collateral Damage? Very interesting prompt. I feel like I might not understand it, so I'm kind of curious to hear more about that one, but I assume it means like, you call that collateral damage? This is collateral damage. But I'm not sure. Silver Tongues, Golden Silence, bronze on the podium, nice. But our prompt with 25 votes is Shattered Reality. So yes, this is a great prompt. I am not surprised that it won. I believe it was submitted by Luna. I don't think she is here to, tell us more about what inspired it. But it is a great prompt. Funnily enough, so the first thing that I think of is something more emotional and personal, but I'm not sure it's what everybody thinks of first, because I feel like, the first thing that other people might think of, and this is totally valid, is like an actual reality shattering. Like, it kind of makes me think of, like, I don't know, the mirror dimension in Doctor Strange and stuff like that. Like, maybe you have a world where there's multiple dimensions of reality and one of them shatters and stuff like that. But the first thing that I think of is someone, like, personally, their reality being shattered, that they get some sort of news that completely shatters everything they think they know about the world, or themselves or their parents or something like that, and how do they deal with that sort of thing. Kansas, I am now fighting the urge to break the fourth wall with this prompt. Don't fight it, give in. Massa, well, this just screams genre break. Totally. I don't know what in before means, but in before we have drug stories. Yep, you could totally well, I guess that's a little bit more stretchy, but it could be, like you're on an acid trip, and like either that could be like normal reality shattering as you're hallucinating, or it could be like once the drug trip ends, then that reality shatters, that kind of thing.
Baby cat.
My first thought is a crisis point. What do you mean by crisis point, other than what I described of, like, a personal crisis?
Kitty, you are covering my view of the chat now. Baby.
King Kong and Godzilla having a conversation with a Power Ranger. So that could be a shattered reality. Yeah, I wasn't thinking of that version, but yeah, it could be like these are reality is shattering. These things should not be possible. So yeah, you totally could do a story instead of it being like about a whole world collapsing. It could be just like something weird happens that shatters reality. That it's like, you know, this shouldn't be happening. Or, you know, shatters your perception of reality in that way. That's like, reality's not what I thought.
Yeah, baby. Baby kitty.
There is no chat, only cat. That's awesome. You think I have time to go to the Amazon? What is that in reference to? Let me see. Let me open it up on my phone.
Baby. Baby cat. So cute.
I don't know if you can hear her purring.
But she definitely is.
I do not know what that... Oh, I guess that's like a drug, I guess. Oh, okay. Going to the Amazon for drugs. Nika says, the Power Rangers did meet the Justice League and the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. That's awesome. Kansas. Getting high on some jellyfish some guy sold you from a bag, then convincing yourself you are part jellyfish, only to have that reality shattered by a harsh, cold sobering. That is amazing. Yes. Oh yeah, I was gonna ask, that reminds me. So I submitted jellyfish in a bag because that was an inside joke in the last stream, that for quite a while we were talking about a jellyfish in a bag. If you want to go find that, let me actually show it. The timestamp is right here. So go to the last stream and go to that timestamp. It is a chapter in the thing. But so I was going to ask, so I do think that prompt rides the line of being too specific. So I wanted to just ask on the stream, do you think it's too specific? I can just submit like creature in a bag. Not as funny, and not as much in the joke, but it would be a lot more versatile and a lot less specific. So let me know if you think that goes over the line of being too specific, or if you think it's fine. Mako, no! Jellyfish! But yeah, if you guys do like it, because it seems like you do, at least you guys liked it quite a bit in the suggestions channel, though less so in the actual vote. Then I'll keep submitting it, you know. That said, I'd like an excuse to write my mermaid characters again. Nice. Ghoulish. I already named the jellyfish. Arith, maybe just keep the jellyfish. Okay, I'll keep submitting it as jellyfish in a bag then. That's awesome. No, keep it. I named him. Oh, incredible. His name is Reginald and he's a distinguished gentleman. Oh, I love that. But anyways, so yeah, so you could write about a literal like dimension shattering. You could write about something weird happening in a dimension that shouldn't be happening, that feels like reality's being, you know, this shouldn't be real right now. It could be a dream shattering. It could be a drug trip, you know, shattering by sobering up. It could be reality, you know, shattering because of a drug trip. It could be something really like emotional, a big emotional reveal in somebody's life that completely shatters their personal reality. So, yep. Oh, decoy. I thought Jellyfish was going to win. I've already written half a story. Well, like I said, as long as I don't forget, I'll submit it again next week, and then, maybe you guys can make it win, because it does seem like you like it. So, keep voting for it, then. Jellyfish in a top hat, yes. Incredible. But yes, so great prompt. Very excited to see what you guys do with it. If you were not read here on the stream, you are not out of luck, because our Discord is awesome and they do backup readings. So you can submit, well, those happen in the writing group Voice at 5 p.m. Central Time on Sundays. You can submit your story to read it to everyone. You can have somebody else read your story for you. You can just lurk in the background, but it is a great time, and there's a lot more back and forth discussion in Voice. So definitely worth joining. You can submit your story to the backup queue. Make sure that you follow the format provided. Nice, that's perfect. Join us or else your reality will be shattered. Yeah, I guess it could be it could be about a threat that your reality will be shattered. For sure. Nice. Norman, I know. The jellyfish's aquarium gets broken, hence its reality gets shattered and must be transported in a bag. I like that. That's great. And that's a perfect, cute, but very fitting use of the prompt. I know what my next two stories will be. Nice. Well, as long as it wins next week, you guys gotta vote for it and make it win. Presuming that's what you meant. But anyways, so yes, great stream. I hope you guys had a good time. Thank you to everyone who submitted. I hope that you all have a lovely week. Who should I raid? let me know who to raid. I'll do that. Yes, no. Don't shatter my reality. I feel like there are some really interesting ways. So this prompt is really interesting because I feel like a lot of the time, the first way my brain goes is literal, and then it takes me a bit to get to the metaphorical place. But with this prompt, the first thing I thought of was the metaphorical place, or just the personal place, I guess. But now I'm like, oh, what could you do with that, with glass or a mirror, or with the tank, that kind of thing. What could you do with something literally shattering to be shattered reality? Go back. Do. Oops. Meow. Yeah. I'm wrapping up. Alright, Super Eye Patch Wolf is streaming and apparently he is cool. Nice. We like cool people. John is great and Irish. Well, being Irish does amp your cool points up for sure. Where reality's rules shatter? Black holes. That's true. You could totally write about black holes for sure. Alrighty-roo. Well, I look forward to seeing what you guys will write for this prompt, and how my reality will be shattered by all your stories throughout the week. Goodbye.